No, I was just
Moving
making
yourself?
sure.
Changing your seat?
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's microphone is on?
Oh, I haven't yet watched. How many?
Well, we are all much more
We're called to order, excuse me, at 6:09. Public comments on closed session items. Seeing no one approach the bench, I adjourn for closed session. Great. We were called to order at 6:09. We adjourned to closed session. Now a report from closed session.
With respect to every item of business to be discussed in closed session pursuant to Ed Code 35146 and 4891220, Government Code Section 49060 and 49078, and the Families' Rights and Privacy Act, the board recommends the following regarding student discipline matters. The board recommends for the expulsion of student A.
So moved.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracia, second by Ms. Waters.
Roll call. Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Eva Gonzalez Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Water?
Aye.
Trustee Shaw?
Aye.
Aye.
The board recommends for the expulsion of student B.
So moved.
First by Mr. Gracia,
Second?
second by Mr. Shunk.
Roll call. Trustee Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez Martin?
Aye.
Trustee Water?
Aye.
Trustee Shaw?
Aye.
Trustee Gracia?
Aye.
The board approved an agreement with student C regarding his educational placement.
So moved.
Second.
That one doesn't require,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, no roll call in that
Roll
one.
call. Okay, great.
In regards to personnel, in closed session, the board took action to approve the following staff recommendations effective July 1st, 2020. The following administrative staffing assignments is made. Pat Andrew Jennings to the position of Assistant Superintendent of Instructional Services.
So Pat is here tonight. Pat, if you could stand up. We all know Pat Andrew Jennings. She's currently on our team, serving as a director in the instructional division, and we're very excited. Effective April 1, she will begin her tenure as the new assistant superintendent of the instructional services division. We are very, very excited to have one of our own join the senior leadership team to advance the instructional agenda for our students here in the Napa Valley Unified School District.
Yes.
Yeah, you can
Yes,
say a few
can.
words, yes.
Good evening, President Martin, Dr. Musetti, and trustees. I am honored to be selected as the next Assistant Superintendent of Instructional Services. I'm looking forward to building on the work that's already been done and continue that work and really work to increase the sense of urgency around student achievement. So I look forward to serving the students and families of Napa Valley Unified. So thank you.
Congratulations.
The board will take formal action on Pat's contract at the 3/26 board meeting. So we're excited to be able to announce the appointment this evening. Next.
Yes, next item is Stephanie Vasquez, the position of Principal of Canyon Oaks Elementary, and I believe she's here. Hi.
Yes. So we also would like to give a warm-filled welcome to Stephanie Vasquez, who's going to be joining us from the Vista Unified School District. And I know some folks in the Vista Unified School District, and they're probably going to be really upset at me for attaining Stephanie Vasquez, who's done an extraordinary job in the selection process. We want to formally welcome you to the Napa Valley Unified School District and welcome you to serving in the Canyon Oaks Elementary community. Would you like to say anything, Stephanie? Come. Whoa. Is she on?
Maybe lift up the mic a bit. There we go.
Really appreciate the opportunity to serve and be a part of this district and really serve the families at Canyon Oaks and the community there. I'm meeting with the staff tomorrow and looking forward to the opportunity. And really, thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you for traveling to be here. We really appreciate that.
And there are no other reportable items.
Flag salute. We will have Joe Shunk, representative of our American Canyon community, will lead us in the flag salute. Announcement, this meeting is recorded for live streaming and archiving on the district YouTube channel. Yes, you can.
Given some of the topics on tonight's agenda, primarily the district's work around redistricting, we do have an additional announcement around translation. So I'd just like to give our translators a moment to, for the record, announce that they're here and make translation services available to the public. Yep, you can use this one, that's fine.
Magandang gabi po. Ako po si Dennis Castro. Kung kailangan niyo po ng Tagalog, ako po ang tagasalin para sa inyo. Meron ba may kailangan? Okay, salamat po.
So those are our Tagalog speakers, and then in addition, we have Spanish translation this evening.
Si alguien necesita intérprete en español, también nomás levante la mano y le traigo un aparato con audífonos.
Okay, gracias, thank you.
Before we approve the agenda, item L, report, I believe we left it as item L. We didn't move it forward, given the circumstances of COVID-19 and warnings for our public. We've decided to move those back so they can exit before we get on to our long reports. So approval of the agenda.
So
Is
moved.
that okay?
Yeah, are you it's just seeking a little clarification, maybe. We had talked about reports moving to the front of the agenda,
Yeah.
but President Martin and I had a discussion around leaving those towards the end of the agenda while we have public hearings for redistricting so that we can let the public go home early. That would elongate the amount of time that they'd have to stay
Right.
at the board meeting.
Got it. Thanks for that clarification.
Need a motion?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
A first by Mr. Gracia and a second by Ms. Gonzalez Mares. All those in favor?
Aye.
Recognition of visitors and employee organizations. We have Gail Young, Mr. Edgar Ventura, or Leslie Walder. Oh, my goodness. It's different when it's separated. Thank you for joining us. Recognition of Student of the Month. We'll start with Valley Oak High School.
Good afternoon, President Martin, Dr. Massetti, and on board. As always, it's a pleasure to be here to present to you some of our amazing young people. And so the first one we have is Alex. She's on her way. Coming up, Alex. She is our Student of the Month for January. Alex transferred to Valley Oaks in the spring of last year. Although she was not too far behind credits, she needed the small school environment where she could thrive. Alex is a champion. Teachers describe her as one of the best students ever attending Valley Oak. She is quiet, but when she speaks, she's very articulate. She is thoughtful, caring, compassionate, focused, goal-oriented, and when she speaks, people listen. She is respected by her peers and her teachers. She has handled herself with great poise all through high school. Alex is one of the few students that, being a young mom, stayed at Valley Oak while pregnant. Even though we provided for her different options, she was set on staying at Valley Oak High School through the year and then coming back upon her child's birth. She's going to talk a little bit about the baby in a minute. She felt the school provided for her the supports that she needed to be able to carry through, and she never missed a step. I never saw her complain about a single thing. She sought out her support system in the school, and now as a young mother continues to balance school and motherhood. She continues to achieve by earning high marks in her classes and attending school. To my knowledge, she no longer needs the subcontract that she was put on prior to coming to Valley Oak. She transferred with a 1.4 GPA and now carries a 3.67 GPA with Valley Oak. Alex has blossomed as a student, as an individual, and as a young parent. We know that she will achieve whatever she sets out to do. She will graduate this year with the class of 2020. And right now, we are on track to potentially graduate 103 students. One thing I want to let you know that graduating from Valley Oak is not just about the grade point average. It's about the connections, the opportunity for students that felt lost in the system to be able to breathe again and find their path. The Valley Oak diploma is much more than just finishing high school. Alex has proven that at Valley Oak, just as all the students have found a way to continue their education. We are honored to have Alex represent the Student of the Month for January, and I'm excited to introduce her to you. Here she is.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to say how honored I am to be here tonight. 2 years ago, I would have never guessed I'd be Student of the Month. Because when I got pregnant, I dropped out of vintage and got all Fs and never really went to school. When I did show up, I had a feeling I wasn't welcome, but then I got transferred to Valley Oak, and they made me feel like I belonged. Just feeling like I belonged gave me a reason to get my life back on track for me and my son. So thank you, Valley Oak. You're one of the best things that's ever happened to me. I finally feel accepted. And thank you to the school board for having me.
And I will have Ms. Clark come and present our next Student of the Month. She is from the American Canyon program.
Okay, good evening, everybody. With me is Neilani Reyes. She is the heartbeat of our class. And that's demonstrated by my whole class is here in the back. So, I know. They're supposed to be on their best behavior. It's hit or miss. But so this beautiful flower of a person is 4.0, 100% attendance. She does everything with this artistic creativity. I wanted to steal her sketchbook and bring it in, but that would have mortified her. But she's just an artist. She's so creative. She's like my hair and makeup person. So every day I've got, it takes a lot, and she just shows up and does it. So I'd like her to speak, but she's really she means everything to our class, and we're so lucky to have her every day. She's the first one through the door, and I kind of like her.
Well, she already introduced my name, so I'll just say it again. Hi, my name is Nalani Reyes, and I would like to thank the school board and the Napa Valley Education Foundation for selecting me to be February Student of the Month. Secondly, I would like to thank Ms. Clark and Angela for giving me a better chance at school and for the constant support that they offer. Before I joined Valley Oak, I felt as though I wasn't given the same amount of support and understanding from my previous teachers. I also wouldn't come to school as much as I do now, nor did I do any of my work. Valley Oak helped me change my point of view on school and made me care about my schoolwork and attendance. I would like to give a shout out to my classmates for encouraging me and helping me get through the day every day. I appreciate you guys so much. Misfits for thank you guys for listening to my speech.
We'll continue with Napa High School.
It's a pleasure to pause tonight after all the news this week and celebrate the heart of our work, which is our students, our why. And tonight I'd like to thank our board president and our superintendent and our board for allowing us the opportunity to highlight two phenomenal Napa High School students who demonstrate a passion for service. They're leaders and they're excellent in the classroom. Their presence in the classroom, in the academic arena, and in the larger community results in a more positive experience for all those around him. I'd like to invite up Omar Campos. Omar is described by his teachers and peers as a quiet and powerful leader. When he speaks, those around him stop and they listen. His work ethic and leadership, they shine on the soccer fields, and his quiet determination and resilience results in top academic success. Omar has a 4.4 GPA. With that, I congratulate Omar and thank him for serving as a role model in the classroom and on the field by demonstrating excellent character, academic determination, and athleticism.
Hello. My name is Omar Campos. I'm currently a junior in Napa High School. I live with my parents and my 3 siblings, and I want to thank them for always supporting me and making sacrifices throughout my educational journey. I would also like to thank the school board for this amazing opportunity. And lastly, I would like to thank my avid teacher, Ms. Griffin, for always helping me reach my goals. My educational journey began at Napa Valley Language Academy, where I developed my leadership and organizational skills, then moved on to Harvest Middle School. My grades were not good, for it was something new to me. I had to adapt to new learning strategies and master them. I definitely learned how to be responsible and how to work individually. A little bit about myself now is that I am a very determined student. I believe anyone can be successful if they put in effort. It's normal to encounter setbacks or obstacles, but it's crucial to respond in a positive way. I believe there's always a path you can seek that will help you overcome any sort of challenge. Some academic classes I enjoyed are world geography, math, and chemistry. This year I challenged myself to take the computer science course, and so far I've been doing well. Some activities I've participated in are soccer, salsa club, SHIP Junior Club, and the ISA program. These clubs have really enriched my high school experience because I got to meet new people and share fun experiences. I also volunteered at a summer program, and I believe this was a beneficial experience because I got to share my knowledge with kids and I helped them develop skills they can apply in their future. After high school, my plan is to attend a 4-year university. Some options are UC Davis, UC Santa Barbara, or UCLA. I plan on going into the engineering field. Currently, I have an overall GPA of 4.4. To achieve your goals, remember to work hard, be kind, and stay patient. Eventually, good things will come your way. But always remember to enjoy the journey.
Kalea Jones' teachers describe her as a ray of sunshine who lives by example. She is humble, thoughtful, and supportive peer, teammate, and leader, whose positive impact is felt in the classroom, on the tennis court, on campus, and in the communities of Napa, Oakland, and San Francisco. It is an honor to present Kalea and publicly celebrate her academic achievement and positive impact on the Napa community.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kalea Jones. I'm a current junior at Napa High School. I wanted to start off by thanking the Napa Valley Unified School District Board for presenting me with the Student of the Month award. I couldn't have received this award without the help of my family, friends, teachers, coaches, and wonderful community. Not a day goes by that I don't think about how fortunate I am to be able to get an education surrounded by people who have my best interests at heart. Teachers like Mrs. Ruig, Miss Griffin, Holly Johnson, Mr. Patterson, Miss Aguayo, and so many more have greatly impacted me. So you can imagine how hard it is to answer the question of who my most inspirational teacher is. Throughout the past couple of days, answering this question has been so difficult because I believe there is a far greater meaning to every lesson that each of my teachers have taught me. Whether it's Mrs. Ruig's Mindfulness Mondays to Miss Johnson's drive and passion for the performing arts that literally runs through her blood. They have each inspired me to grow and evolve into the person I am today. And if you think about it, children spend most of their childhood in classrooms learning how to think for themselves and become aware of the life around them. That's why I will forever be thankful for the passion that all my teachers throughout my life have had in raising students to become the best versions of themselves. In 7th grade, my family and I moved to Napa from Oakland, and the transition was extremely difficult for me because I went from a grand city that loved and accepted me to a little town that didn't really make me feel welcomed. I went to Silverado Middle School, and my first year there was not the best. I spent every lunch with my younger sister in Lockish, and I focused on my schoolwork because my grandpa, Papa Joe, always told me, no one can ever take away your education, so make the best of it. After school, if I was not at home doing homework, I was in the dance studio, escaping my mind from thinking about how much I missed my hometown. On the weekends, and sometimes even during the week, my amazing mom, Edmelinda, and my stepdad, Andres, would drive my sister and I all the way to Oakland just so I could attend my monthly Girl Scout meetings. By 8th grade, I made it my goal to get out of my head and start adapting to life in Napa. So I began by joining sports teams, leadership organizations, and different committees like Teens Connect to bring aspects of my life in Oakland to Napa. By the time I entered high school, I had realized the love and passion that I have for helping others through my volunteering work throughout the Bay Area, my want to uplift people's spirits, and just my competitive nature in spreading love and positivity to those around me. In the near future, I have hopes of attending a 4-year university and eventually finishing my educational journey with my doctoral degree and some sort of humanitarian work that involves helping people globally. So thank you again for this award, and best of all, thank you, Mommy, for always supporting me in my works of spreading a little light into other people's lives.
Can I have all the students of the month come up and take a group photo, please?
And their families and principals and everybody who can squinch in. Okay, let's squinch, squinch.
Agenda item G, public comments on non-agenda items. Members of the audience may address the board on any school-related matter that is not on the agenda. The board will not take action on any issue raised during this section of the agenda. Inasmuch as board action is limited to posted agenda items, Speakers are requested to limit their comments to a maximum of 3 minutes, please. Lorna Decker.
Good evening. Hi. Good evening. Am I okay? I'm here. I've worked at, I'm a teacher at Redwood. Been a teacher at Redwood for 16, this is my 16th year there. I am a MVA representative for my site, have been for a dozen plus years. And I'm here for myself and I'm here for all the teachers in our district that got notices this week. Our anxiety across this United States right now is a little high. So I think that we've had a little bit added to some of our teachers that have been around for a really long time. And some not so, that have been around for a long time. So 2 things on the layoffs, and I'm here because I'm not sure that the board always knows everything that's going on in all of our teachers' lives, so I'm just kind of here to share. Our layoff notices, our teachers were told that they would have the tiebreaker information in place, and all that they're being given right now is a number of their hire date, really, of that seniority list. It's not the tiebreakers. They could go up or down on the list, and they were promised that that would be done. Maybe not promised, maybe that's a strong word. They also were told that it would be sorted by credentials. So if you know that there's 9 social studies teachers being given RIF notices, then, and you're number 1, maybe you're a 2014 teacher and you were number 1 on the list, you're like, oh, I'll probably have a job next year. I can, you know, relax a little bit, not go out and apply at every job that there is. If I'm number 9, I'm probably going to be going to apply for jobs because otherwise I might be working at Starbucks. Not saying that that's a bad thing, but so the anxiety for those teachers is very high, and that's our layoff teachers. So on top of that, some teachers were given reassignment letters. We knew that there would probably be some reassigning and some shaking up of those teachers. I have to say we had zero information, and I've gone to every meeting, about where they were going to assign and how that was affecting the 6th grade teachers at middle school. And I have to say, we were blindsided. I myself received a reassignment letter. There's another teacher here that received an assignment letter that's been working for the district for decades. We're not talking about teachers with a few years. We're talking about teachers that have been in the trenches, dedicated to their students on a day-to-day basis, and they were giving reassignment letters with not an inkling that these were coming. They were blindsided. Their lives are now upside down. They're going, wait a minute, I got to go back to elementary. We were moved from the elementary site 17 years ago. Some of you have been around that long. Because it was overcrowded at elementary, we're moving you to the middle school, okay? So we did that. They said our credentials would be okay. Our credentials now, they're saying, oh, the principals have every right to change their schedules for their teachers and how they're going to use their staff, with just basically kicking out the 6th grade multiple subject teachers without even offering, you have 3 years to get an attachment to your credential or anything like that. We have never been notified of any of that. So blindsided is just not even close to the way these people are feeling. So our anxiety level is very high for people that have been working in this district for 20 plus years. I also have to say that—
Ms. Decker?
Yeah, I know. We're over. I know. And it's just, I can send you my notes. I can send it to the board because it's just not fair. And it's not okay. It's disrespectful to the people that go in and do their best for these children every day.
Thank you.
Jim Bowie?
Good evening, President Martin, trustees, Dr. Musetti. My name is Jim Bowie, and I'm a parent of a 1st grader at NVUSD, as well as an 8th grader at Harvest Middle School. I'm here to advocate on behalf of NVLA. NVLA is a great school. It's done great for my family as well as our community. I'm here to encourage the district to be more collaborative, fair, and transparent. As you know, last year the district raised NVLA's rent by 60%. If that's one of our houses and our landlord increased our rent by 60%, not only is it unethical, but it'd be illegal. I was able to watch a presentation last year from Marin Roca. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to ask any questions on how they calculated the rent. And in her presentation, she basically took the gross cost and divided by the total square footage. That sounds reasonable, but it's actually unfair. The question I had in my head is, why is NVLA being charged for a swimming pool that we don't have? Why are we being charged for a first or second gym that we don't have? I think a better approach to the calculation would be to separate the elementary schools, the middle schools, as well as the high schools. In addition, rather than using gross costs, I'd encourage you guys to look at net costs. Let me give an example. If Dr. Mercedes and I went to lunch and we each ordered a burger and we split the cost, that'd be fair. Now, if she ordered a lobster and I ordered a salad and we split the cost in half, that would be unfair. Now, if she turned over to President Martin's table and ordered 2 desserts and then pocketed the money and expected me to pay for half the entire bill, that's grossly unfair. And that's what the district's doing by not separating net versus gross, as well as not distinguishing between elementary, middle school, as well as high school in the different facilities. So basically, I'm here to encourage the district to be more fair, collaborative, and as well as transparent. I think we have this common mission of excellence in education, and I look forward to working with the district. Thanks.
Thank you.
Diane Flores.
Hi, my name is Deanne Flores, and I'm a senior at Vintage High School. I'm here today on behalf of Vintage High School's Chicano Latino Student Association Club. The CLSA Club is a club that I and my fellow friend Maria Duran created this year in order to increase representation at our school and inspire students to celebrate their culture, heritage, and history. I am speaking here because of a project that we would like to do. Our club would like to donate a Chicano Latino history mural to our campus, and we would like to have it painted before we graduate. We feel that this mural would be both a colorful addition to the campus and a beautiful way to represent our culture and our rich history, the rich history of many students at our school that we do not get to see in our history classes. For example, many of the students don't know that the Constitution was written both English and Spanish. This mural will be painted by professional muralist Haley Ferreira, also known as the Bay Area Muralist. With the help of volunteers, we are here asking for permission to paint this mural on campus. We are currently fundraising for this mural and have already received verbal consent from our principal for this project. We like to know what the next steps we need to do and if there's any paperwork we need to fill out. Additionally, we have not yet created a design for this mural, so we are willing to work with any guidelines or restrictions that you guys may have. Thank you.
Is it Deanna or Deanna? Deanne. Deanne. I have noted your request, and our facilities department will be in conversations with Ms. Reddy, your principal, regarding your request. O'Connor, I'm sorry. Did you? I got it all wrong. I'm sorry. Ms. O'Connor, Dr. O'Connor, your principal at Vintage High. Thank you.
James Hinton.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent James Hinton, 3574 Hunter Circle, Napa, California. I'm a proud Napa High graduate, and I just learned something new. The Constitution was written in Spanish. Thank you for sharing that tonight. I would support that mural. I don't know what it would look like yet, but just the fact they're already inspiring me and teaching me things, it'd be good to play that forward. Now, I'm here tonight to talk about political courage. It seems like our community suffers from this ideology that the city doesn't challenge the county doesn't challenge the city. And I don't see our school board ever challenging our city council and some of that. You know, we're drawing districts now. Maybe some of you want to move up to the city council and run in a district, but I went to school here. After school, I opened a baseball card shop across the street. It's a travel agency now. Then I went in the wine industry, and then I became a poker player. And I played professional poker from 1998 until I got sick in 2013 when I used cannabis. It saved my life, and I became a politician that wants to advocate for that and other things in the community. And I just don't understand why, if you pay attention to what's going on here in my hometown, our city council is gambling with our future, trying to open up a casino right down Lincoln Avenue past the Walmart. The public meeting's going to be Tuesday night at 6:30, and I'm wondering why our school board, why none of you aren't talking about this, why you're not raising questions in the community, why they are going forward with this. This type of establishment is going to attract people from all over the Bay Area. It's going to attract loan sharks, sex workers, all kinds of people that are going to bring all kinds of different elements into our community. There's traffic risks. I mean, every high school student in Napa High that lives in Alta Heights is going to go right back and forth this 24-hour casino. There's no EIR, traffic. A lot of things are being overlooked by the city council. They're fast-tracking things. We've so far been able to reduce the permit from 9 tables to 5 to 6 tables due to California laws and so forth. But I just wish that more people had the political courage to rise up in this community and advocate for a better town for our families, our students, and a better community than what the mayor keeps doing with the wine bars and now a casino. What's next, a strip club? When are we going to start standing up as a community to start developing for families and make this a really good place to live in the future?
Steve Weaver.
Thank you, Board, for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Steve Weaver, teacher at Redwood. Been in the district 25 years, 16 years at Redwood when the transition from elementary school came up to sixth grade elementary school, came up to middle school. And I'm here tonight to speak about something that if I weren't here, I don't know if you would be aware, so I wanted to get this on record. And that is the fact that the possible reassignments that teachers with multiple subject credentials might be asked to go back down into elementary school is something that needs to be reconsidered for a variety of reasons. The main one is, as my colleague had mentioned earlier, we have received zero opportunity to improve our credentialing to stay where we are. Up until recently, we had not heard at all, and recently as in being like yesterday, that we would likely be able to stay in our positions had we had a supplemental credential or a single subject math credential. And that has never been said. It's never been said. So I wanted it to go on the record to the fact that is, we talk about fairness in the classroom, we talk about fairness. That is clearly not fair. I mean, how can we possibly realize that we need to improve ourselves in order to stay where we'd like to be without having that opportunity to improve ourselves? So if this comes to pass, first, I don't know of any multiple subject teacher that would like to leave middle school to go back down to elementary school. I, for one, sure don't. Secondly, I can't imagine a more qualified person with a single subject math credential doing any better teaching math to my sixth graders than I have for 15 years. My scores stand for themselves. Mr. Pearson was one of my former principals. He knows my math scores. You can easily look up my math scores. they stand alone. I do a fantastic job, and I don't think I should have to be asked to be going down to a elementary school position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. The other cards that I have are for agenda items, so once those come up, I'm sorry. Did you turn in a card? I need you to turn in a card, please.
Okay, well, I'm happy to do that afterwards. I didn't know that you require cards as part of the Brown Act?
To turn into Vera Morales so it can go into the record.
All right, I'll fill one out afterwards.
Your name,
It
please?
is also protocol and procedure of our meeting, just for your information and for future.
That's great. So my name is Mark Van Gorder, and I came here tonight to see my daughter's play, which you canceled at 3 p.m. this afternoon. I've actually been coming here for months, dropping her off and her friends, picking them up and taking them home. And I thought it was the right thing to do. Made sense. I understand that Health and Human Services and the governor and other people have issued warnings about social distancing, which is why I was confused when I drove by tonight and saw cars everywhere, and I thought, oh, maybe I can get into the play. It looks like there's a lot of people. I don't usually come to the board meetings here. I've never criticized the Board of Education USD board members, but it's confusing, I think. The images that I took of, about 66 people in this room. The town of Yountville just announced that they're canceling their town hall meetings. I think there just has to be some sense of fairness and understanding and probably an explanation or an apology to all the kids who were 100 feet down the hall who were crying their eyes out at 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon because all their parents and their family who were all coming to see the play tonight, tomorrow, and the following night from long distances just got told abruptly at 3 o'clock, no, don't come. And I told my daughter, I said, it's the right thing to do, sweetheart. Go in there, give a good performance. They're recording it, and I appreciate that. But they were brokenhearted. So when I came in here and I saw 60 people sitting next to each other, I thought, well, that's strange. I thought we had a health crisis. I thought, there was only 200 tickets sold tonight. We're smart people. We probably could have sat 1 or 2 seats apart if you'd given us a chance. But here we are. You guys are holding your meeting. You're getting your business done. You don't seem that afraid that there's all these people, good people. I mean, should they be frightened right now? There's not much to 6 inches apart from everybody. I've never criticized this board publicly. But, I guess it's when you're a parent, you get your mama bear and papa bear on. Well, I got mine on. And there's probably several hundred people out there in the community who, when they see that you didn't bother to close your meeting down, but you didn't care about the kids, they're going to get their mama bear and papa bear on too. And I wouldn't blame them.
Agenda item H, reports and procedural items. Board of Education and Student Board Representative reports.
All right, so it's been a rather light attendance record. I, on the 2nd, attended the Napa High School open house, and then on the 3rd, I observed an NVEA bargaining session, and those are the things that I attended since last meeting.
Last week, I read to some kindergarten, 3rd and 4th graders as part of the Dr. Seuss readathon. The following Monday, I went to Phillips to listen to kindergarten and first graders read to me. The other night, I attended the American Canyon High Unified Sports basketball game where I saw our good friend Georgina. You can think of Unified Sports as a joint venture between CIF schools and Special Olympics in the context of high school athletics. And last night I attended the lightly attended ACMS ELAC meeting where there were just a few parents, both knowledgeable and engaged.
Well, let's see. The weekend before last, I went to the Masters in Governance meeting over in Santa Rosa, put on by the School Boards Association, parts 3 and 4, and I learned a great deal, about our district in comparison to other similar districts. I had a nice visit with the principal at Alta Heights. I swung by Napa High School to make mischief. I went to Snow School and took part in their readathon. Had an excellent visit with four leadership students and the principal at Mr. Knox at McPherson School. I went to the Climate Change Committee meeting, and yesterday I had a career highlight. I shadowed Gloria, the head custodian. We went to American Canyon Middle School, Donaldson Way, American Canyon High School, Canyon Oak. I saw the progress of Napa Junction, which is just great looking. I saw Marin Roca, and once again, I learned a great deal. It's, sort of, different from my experience teaching, but I learned a lot. It was a lot of fun, and I was so exhausted I called it in at 1 o'clock. I'm sure Gloria went on for hours.
I too attended the MIG courses. These courses had to do with finance and a whole day, and another day of collective bargaining and human resources, which all of that is really helpful for me to continue to understand the work that we do. And then on March 3rd, I had a visit at Phillips Elementary School where I received a presentation from one of our key partners with On the Move, and saw some really good data and information on that partnership. So that I want to share those here, so I'm going to forward these down just because there are some really good numbers that shows of our partnership with them, with the Phillips, which it goes back years on that. And one of the things that I thought was really important that got highlighted was the chronic absenteeism. There was an issue in the school year of 18-19 that was at 14%, and that went down to 10%. And so they're doing some great work working with the Community Resource Center and the parent liaisons. And there's some really strong connection with also teachers being part of that, team, as a team effort. And also a lot of referrals, whether it has to do with behavioral and so on. So it was a really productive meeting, and I just learned a lot, and I learned a lot about what the school district can do when they do a lot of partnerships. The other thing is that I went to a training about getting the word out on the census. And we can get more of these, but a whole team of the community of Napa did like a bingo game, but the loteria game, but it's called Sensoteria. And each card has an education about the census, because if we don't get our children counted and our families don't get counted, we're not going to have the right allocation of funds to fund our schools. It really is a big deal. And now with everything that is happening with the coronavirus and all that, like there's just more fear out there to really open your door to disclose your information. So this is only 2, but there's more to go. So this is from the organization, but there's more of that. And that concludes my report.
I got my form today.
So they're out there. I also want to, I see Principal Matt here, so thank you so much for the meeting at Phillips.
Yeah, so I'll be really, really brief before I toss to the assistant superintendents. I just want to take a moment to clearly express my gratitude as the superintendent of schools as we navigate the COVID-19 situation. It is an incredibly complex and challenging set of circumstances, as you can all imagine. Trying to work collaboratively across the valley with all of the educational agencies, including the Napa County Office of Education, and closely with Dr. Relucio and Napa County Public Health Department to execute on decisions that are really, really difficult to make and are set and based upon a variety of different criterion and lots of consideration of different factors, but really, really being led by Napa County Public Health. And so I want to thank all of the superintendents in the county. I want to thank Dr. Relucio's office for all of their collaboration, the time that we're spending throughout the course of our days. Operations right now is we're continuing the regular operations of the school district while we navigate a very, very complex set of circumstances. And I also just want to thank the parent community and the NVUSD staff community, because they've really been extraordinary in terms of receiving the communication and having to receive many of the decisions that the district has had to make under very compressed timelines with a lot of patience, appreciation, and understanding. And so I want to thank everybody for that. And we'll continue to have to navigate the situation as it continues to develop and unfold. And I look forward to continuing to receive that appreciation, that understanding, and patience along the way. So thank you. I'll now leave it to my assistant superintendents to give you details in their various areas.
Good evening. I wanted to share a little bit about what would have been tomorrow. Tomorrow would have been the second professional learning day for the 1920 school year. But as you know, the COVID-19 virus has prompted us to press pause on the planned professional learning day to ensure that our teachers and staff are not placed in a setting that could place them at risk. But there was a lot of work that went into planning the day, and I want to thank Pat Andre Jennings, who you met earlier this evening, the district academic specialists, members of the instructional services team, and the many, many teachers who were prepared to facilitate sessions. We're going to kind of toss them into October and hopefully do a redo. As a result of the change, though, teachers at all of our schools will instead focus tomorrow on developing learning experiences that students can complete remotely should we experience school closure. Distance learning and learning alternatives have become a new priority for the instructional division, and more to come on this topic. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Human Resources Department has been pretty busy over the last couple of weeks trying to meet the Ed Code deadlines on a couple of our big things that are on our plate. But I also want to highlight that this is kind of the kickoff season of hiring as well, particularly for our leadership positions in the district. Like Marianne is retiring this year, we need a replacement for her, the principal of Canyon Oaks. And so that is kind of an exciting time. I'm also a little nervous. We want to make sure we find the right people to fill those positions. I want to say that we had an amazing number of applicants for the last couple of positions, and so it just speaks to the fact that NVUSD is out there as an amazing place to work, and people still want to come and be leaders here, and that the folks that were ultimately selected are incredible candidates. We also have gone to work this year with our interview panels on trying to help add a little more rigor to our questions, adding some practicums in there that really make people have to show off their skills and their abilities so that we can ensure, again, that we have the right people in the chairs for leading in these important positions. So I also want to thank my team again for helping us put all that together.
Good evening. Since the last board meeting, the business department has worked diligently to finish up the second interim, which I'll present to you later tonight. This was a tremendous amount of collaboration and work with the entire business team, and I'd like to thank them. K-Bang's work and leadership has truly been exceptional throughout this entire process. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Chris Gross, who's leading up our move to online enrollment. She's making incredible progress with this. The technology team has also been doing a lot of work. You'll see a lot of technology-related items on tonight's agenda, and including the rebuilding of our entire internet network. The rebuilding of our network will be paid for with a combination of bond funds and a potential 60% discount from E-rate funds. I'd also like to take a moment to thank the entire data team who consistently works very hard to meet the constant data demands and the time deadlines. Thank you.
Good evening, President Martin, Board of Education trustees, Dr. Massetti, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and give you an update on operational services. As Ms. Valles mentioned, we had this professional development day on Friday that is now canceled. But I do want to recognize 3 operational directors tonight who were all going to be giving a presentation tomorrow had the professional development day continued. And that's the Director of Maintenance, which is Albert D'Souza, the Director of Operations, which is Gloria Aguirre, and the Director of Transportation, Terry Guzman. We're all going to participate in being leaders in giving a presentation at that night. That day. They all worked very hard and were extremely disappointed not to be able to deliver their presentation to colleagues. But I wanted to take a moment again just to praise them for agreeing to be a presenter. I don't know if this has ever happened when directors in those following areas ever wanted to step up into that kind of leadership position. So we appreciate that. Earlier tonight in food services, we had a very informative and productive study session for the school board, and we have next steps to take as we transition to our new model. And I just want to praise also Director of Food Services, Brandy Dreibel-Blish, for her leadership. With facilities, we did have our second climate committee earlier this week, and Trustee Water noted the committee members are now focusing on recommendations that can be implemented no later than August of 2020, and then the third meeting is on April 14th. Then from our Measure H bond program on this past Wednesday, March 10th, we held our most recent Community Bond Oversight Committee meeting. CBOC members commented at the end of the meeting how useful and informative the meeting was to them as a CBOC member, which we're very pleased that that's the comments that they're sharing with us. For any of the audience members out here who would like to be a CBOC member, we still have applications for you if you want to join us. So let us know if you want to be part of our CBOC. They meet about 6 times a year. I now want to introduce our bond construction manager with Van Pelt Construction Services. It's Mr. Ray Green. Mr. Green is going to speak about the bond program allocations and what is budgeted within a given typical allocation. So we'll get to this presentation and then so from an introduction standpoint, Mr. Green, if we go to the next slide. I introduced myself. Kelly Jorgensen is our program manager, and she is not here tonight, so Mr. Green is going to be in her place. Next slide, Mr. Green. Our objectives tonight are to educate trustees and the public around the program and construction management of our Measure H program. We will also be providing relevant background information to help trustees make decisions, and we'll also report on the implementation of the plans and the decisions made by the trustees. And the reason we're doing this is that at the Facilities and Technology Subcommittee, the staff received feedback to continue to help update the full entire board on where we are at with some of our reports as far as regarding our bond program. And with further ado, I'll leave the rest to you, Mr. Green.
Good evening, President Martin, trustees, and Dr. Massetti. As Mike said, my name is Ray Green. I am the Senior Project Manager for Van Pelt Construction Services. My primary role is to oversee the day-to-day construction activities of all of your construction projects within the bond. I spend most of my time in the field, so thank you very much for allowing me to come here and address you tonight. Appreciate it. So in December 27th, I believe it was, the board approved our updated implementation plan. Within that implementation plan, there were a list of projects with assigned budgets that we've developed. One of those projects we have highlighted at the bottom. That's the new NPR building for ACMS, and that's valued at $20.2 million. Most people would look at that and think, does it really cost $20.2 million to build an NPR? The short answer is no. The long answer is yes, and we'll go to the next screen for that. So we get really excited about budgets. We spend a lot of time on budgets. So I can stand up here and talk for hours about budgets, but I don't think anyone wants that at all. So we're going to talk in real general terms. Roughly, a construction budget, a project budget, exists of 70% hard cost and 30% soft cost. So a great way to think of soft cost is everything that it takes for a project to go from an idea to children sitting in class learning, except the actual construction. So your hard costs on a project are going to be about 65 to 70%, soft costs somewhere between 30 and 35%. Again, these are generalities, and those numbers can fluctuate. Land acquisition can make one of those go up. Significant environmental constraints can make those go up. Temporary complexity of a project can make those costs fluctuate a little bit. Soft cost, again, it's everything from inception to I think I want an NPR to kids actually eating in the NPR. So architects, design, surveyors, testing labs, what we have listed here are some of the components that make up substantial portions of those soft costs. And one thing I do want to bring special attention to is project contingency. So every time we have an item listed in a budget, it has a contingency, and I'll get of that a little bit more later on. So hard cost. Hard costs are the actual construction. So that's the contractor actually constructing the building. And again, importantly, we have construction contingency built into those hard costs. Construction contingency or change orders, those are the change orders we bring to you folks and ask for approval I think we torture you with those at almost every board meeting. Okay? Oh, I'm going to jump back. Okay. Back to contingency. So we have program contingency. So soft cost has contingency, hard costs have contingency. Contingencies are things that can't be foreseen, problems on the project. For example, one thing that we have an issue with here in Napa is soil that we can't get to perform. So we have mitigating measures, cost a lot of money. That comes out of our contingency, our hard cost and soft cost contingency. If a project were to exceed the allocated budget, which includes contingency, we have program contingency. So there's a contingency built into the program outside of the projects for us to dip into. So if we have a project where we have an inordinate amount of soil issues and we end up going over hard cost budgets on that project, we can move to our program contingency and pull funds from there. And what that does for us is to have a program contingency, you go over budget on a project. If you don't have a program contingency, you end up cutting out other projects that you want to perform. Because of the fact that we set aside project or program contingency, we can go to that contingency rather than reduce project scope. Any questions? All right. Thanks again.
And that will conclude our reports tonight. Thank you.
Agenda item I, approval of consent agenda. Consent agenda. Background information on these items is provided to the board prior to the meeting. A common motion takes action without discussion on a roll call vote unless discussion of items is requested by board members.
I'll move.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracian, a second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Roll call. Aye.
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 Presentation and discussion items. General services, under J1A, this will be a public hearing, renewal of Stonebridge Charter.
Before opening the public hearing officially, we'd like to invite Principal Maria Martinez here. Yeah, there she is, scanning the room for you. And she's going to briefly say a few words, and then we'll officially open the public hearing and pull the comment cards related to the public hearing.
So imagination is one of the pivotal pieces of Waldorf education. So I'd like you to take a moment and imagine the room full of Stonebridge families and students and staff. We asked everyone to stay away because of the COVID-19, or else there would be many more people in here in support of the school. So use your imagination. So good evening, trustees, Dr. Massetti, and staff. My name is Maria Martinez, and I am the administrator, AKA principal, and founder of Stonebridge School. I appreciate your time and attention as we take this opportunity to present Stonebridge School to you. This is the third time we are seeking renewal of our charter petition from NVUSD, and we appreciate the support and sponsorship that's been extended to us these last 15 years. 20 years ago, Stonebridge School, then named Napa Valley Charter School, opened when the kindergarten through 4th grade with the goal of growing a grade a year. With construction delayed by an earthquake, our school opened at the Napa Valley Expo Fairgrounds in beautiful white event tents. Look at how the size of the paper, you can tell it was a while ago. It was a sweet moment and a testament to the drive and the energy behind our vision of a public charter school that would offer Waldorf education to the children of the Napa Valley. Before the Charter School Act of 1992, Waldorf education had been a methodology that could only be provided at a private school. As founders, we envisioned bringing this unique curriculum to children who would not otherwise experience it. So why Waldorf education? We were and still are drawn to a curriculum that teaches to the whole child, weaving rigor with art, academics with imagination, and proficiency with creativity. Waldorf Education has just celebrated its 100th anniversary, its genesis just as World War I was ending. Emil Malt, the owner of the Waldorf cigarette factory in Stuttgart, Germany, was very distraught at the state of the world and was gravely worried about the future. Determined to have history never repeat itself, and with the hope of a more peaceful world, Molt approached his friend Rudolf Steiner, the founder of Waldorf Education, imploring him to start a school for children of his factory workers. It was Molt's desire that the youth of that time become creative thinkers and thoughtful leaders. This impulse can clearly be seen in our curriculum. Stonebridge School is an independent charter serving students K through 8. We are self-sufficient and financially sound. We have little attrition in our student population and our staff. With little exception, we have always had a waiting list for all of our classes. SBS is responsible for all of its school operations, front and back office, including personnel and budgeting. We also contract with NVUSD for special education services. We have a healthy reserve and a prudent fiscal approach. In many ways, we are akin to a one-school district. The majority of Stonebridge students matriculate to NVUSD high schools, and from all accounts, your high schools love Stonebridge students. They are well-rounded, articulate, well-prepared, and academically successful. Tonight, I've asked a few of our Stonebridge community to offer a voice to paint the picture of our school. So do you want to call them on the comment cards, or can I introduce? I think. And
Thank you, Maria. Can we, we'll open the public hearing, and then we'll just ask we'll pull the one card we have, and then the others can just maybe line up behind the next speaker.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item J1A, public hearing. I will open for discussion item. So public hearing to consider the level of support for the renewal of the charter for Stonebridge. So if we can have the 5 guests come up, and then if you could just say your name so I can write on the card your name. Thank you.
My name is Christine Waskowiak, Waskowiak.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Good evening. My name is Christine Waskowiak, and I am currently the Educational Program Director at Stonebridge School. It is a pleasure to represent our school this evening as we move through the renewal process for our charter. And I thank you for providing us with the opportunity to speak tonight, given the many pressing issues that you are handling right now. Over 21 years ago, I serendipitously connected with a group of parents who felt passionate about this thing called Waldorf education. I don't take much on face value, so began digging in, trying to understand what all the fuss was about. What initially struck me was that this education was like a journey around the world, filled with a celebration of the arts, sciences, philosophies, and histories of peoples around the world. My second revelation was that this education is defined by the conscious way in which it places the child at the very center. As an educator and the mother of 2 young boys, this was a very compelling picture. Since those initial days, I have served in many roles at Stonebridge as a founding member, a kindergarten teacher for 10 years, and then as a class teacher, guiding 30 beautiful young people from grade 1 through grade 8, all of whom are now thriving in our high schools. While all good teachers place their students at the center of their teaching, within Waldorf education, the curriculum itself is carefully constructed around a developmental model of the child that honors an elegantly simple concept, which can be summed up in 3 words: head, heart, and hands. Starting with hands. Waldorf educators recognize that the very young child is all about doing. The initiative or the imitative and imaginative forces are strong, and through play, the child imitates and begins to make some sense of the world and the people around her. Our kindergartens recognize that, provided with a serene and loving environment, the child learns that her hands can be used to help herself and others and to do beautiful and useful things. She learns how to tend a garden, sweep a walkway, bake a loaf of bread, use a sewing needle, and most importantly, how to do this in a harmonious and respectful way with others. This focus on imagination and purposeful activity prepares the child beautifully for first grade. From hands, we move to heart. And it is our symbol of the emotional connection that the child forms with teachers and the curriculum. Moving into grade 1 and beyond, we recognize that the student learns best when able to form an emotional, almost visceral connection with his education. The teacher crafts lessons that draw the student in and awaken his feelings about what is at hand. For example, on our first day of 7th grade physics, as an introduction to mechanics, students took a 12-foot board and went out and created their own huge seesaw and experimented and experimented. The laws about, I see that timer up there. Shall I finish? Or cut it right there? Or provide my notes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be short, I promise. The students were actively engaged with their hands, used their imaginations, and emotionally connected to the lesson through their desire to try out various scenarios and see what the outcomes were. The concepts of effort, load, and mechanical advantage were certainly explored as we continued to experiment. But in teaching science, as with all subjects, we realized that the students learn best when they are able to first make that heart connection with the lessons. Of course, this learning engages with intellect deeply as well, hence our hand, heart, and head. The students engage with the lessons. Their curiosity and interest is aroused, and out of their experiences grow the desire and impetus to truly fathom the material at hand. At Stonebridge, we are deeply committed to giving our students a foundation upon which they can move ahead successfully into high school and beyond. We also strive to nurture young people who will bring their gifts to the world by means of their head, heart, and hands. Thoughtful, caring doers. Thank you so very much for your time this evening and for your thoughtful consideration of our charter renewal.
My name is Heather Shoemaker, Shumaker. My name is Heather Shoemaker, and I'm the parent of 2 children at Stonebridge School, my daughter Emily, who is in 5th grade, and my son Jack, who is in 2nd grade. One of the main reasons that my husband and I chose Stonebridge School for our children is that we truly believe that a robust Waldorf-inspired curriculum is the best fit for them. The Waldorf emphasis that children learn best through their head, their heart, and their hands really spoke to us as a family, and the fact that the curriculum follows the developmental stages children naturally go through made a tremendous amount of sense. We wanted to minimize the impact of technology in their early years and allow the freedom to develop their imaginations, explore their creativity, learn to problem solve and to think critically, nurture a feeling of stewardship for the earth and all who live in it, and develop key social skills that will help them be happy and successful, not only in school, but in life as well. I can honestly say that Stonebridge School has exceeded all of our expectations. It was very important to me to be able to actively participate in and support the school that my children attend. As a parent at Stonebridge School, I have been able to volunteer in both of my children's classes, helping with reading, knitting, farming, music, field trips, etc. I also help on a weekly basis with the Farm Lunch fundraising program, which gives me the chance to interact directly with children in every grade. I have been incredibly impressed with the engagement I see in the children who attend Stonebridge School. They have a true love of learning that continues through the middle school years and beyond, and they actively participate in their education. In addition, since each class moves as a unit through the grades, they become almost like a family, forming friendships and connections that last well beyond graduation. From kindergarten throughout all of the grades, children learn to be kind, to support one another and show compassion, to allow each individual to be who they truly are, and to feel confident in themselves. Stonebridge School is truly creating the next generation of leaders, thinkers, doers, and helpers, and we are thankful that we were able to choose it for our children. In addition to being a parent, this is my second year as the Charter Council Chair for Stonebridge School, and I have been on Parent Council as well. Charter Council serves as the school's board of directors and works hand in hand with Faculty Council, Parent Council, and administration to support the school's overall governance structure. Charter Council has the ultimate responsibility for the operation of Stonebridge School and for ensuring that the school's policies and practices are consistent with its mission, its vision, and its charter. All board members are trained on the Brown Act, the Political Reform Act, the Public Records Act, etc., and our meetings are open to the public with an emphasis on transparency. Speaking both as a parent and as the Stonebridge School Board Chair, we are so grateful that Napa Valley Unified School District includes a public charter school with this unique Waldorf-inspired approach to learning. I have 2 sentences. May I say them? Go. Is that okay? Okay. It is so important to give parents a variety of options to choose from within the district, and every NVUSD school has something worthwhile to offer. In conclusion, I respectfully ask that the NVUSD Board of Directors of Education keep the choice of a public Waldorf-inspired curriculum open for Napa Valley families by renewing the charter of Stonebridge School.
My name is Colleen Townsend, and I'm practicing. I've actually never used my cell phone in this manner as a presentation, so I'm going to try. Hopefully it'll work. So again, thank you for being here this evening and every month that you join here and work for hours on behalf of our school district. It's greatly appreciated. My name is Colleen Townsend, and I am a parent at Stonebridge School, and I'm also the chair of the Parent Council and have been in Parent Council for about 4 years now. And so my comments, I probably won't extend for my full 3 minutes. I could say ditto to everything that Heather and Ms. Waskowiak said, but as a parent, but I'm here to speak on behalf of the Parent Council and really support our school for many of the same ways and the measures that have already been spoken. I've had 2 children at Stonebridge School for a total of 11 years in the school, and currently my youngest son is in 7th grade and enjoying his academic experience quite well. Parents are drawn to our school because of the uniqueness of our curriculum that you've heard a wee bit about already. There are those 3 foundational elements that really drive our curriculum: the head, the heart, and the hands. And you've heard a lot about it now, and I'll just say a little again. The academic excellence is part of what does draw our parents to this school. We know that this rich curriculum supports the growth of our children, both academically, for the richness that it supports in learning about themselves and the curriculum and learning for all of the curriculum pieces that are present in the rest of the school district our students have access to, and it's a very rich curriculum. The heart of the school is the community that we learn about and that our students learn within the classrooms as a unit as they go from grade to grade. They learn to interact and form relationships with each other. They learn about developing relationships and maintaining relationships over the long term because they stay in school classes together for 8 years. They learn strong relationships with their teachers and then the other students in the class, in the campus as well, because we have a small campus. And that allows for growing strong adults who are able to form strong relationships as well. The handwork is actually critical as well because it helps balance the head and heart work with activity that can be something like knitting or needlework, but also dance and movement through eurythmy. So it really provides this well-balanced curriculum for our students to grow wholly as persons. I didn't expect that. So these are the aspects of the Stonebridge curriculum that really draw parents to our school, where parents can also learn about head, heart, and handwork curriculum. We are very hands-on parents in the school, as Heather spoke about. And so we really appreciate that this opportunity exists within our school district so students and families can participate fully in this type of school environment. And we appreciate the support that you've offered us over the many years of our charter and hope to continue this curriculum as well. Thank you very much.
So I'm Matthew Corrigan, Corrigan. And I'd like to start by thanking our administration for letting me speak here and to thank the board for listening. Hi, I'm Matthew Corrigan, and I'm here to represent the student body while we consider renewing our charter status. And our charter status is really a big part of our school. And what our school is a wonderful experience and a wonderful curriculum and a wonderful record and a wonderful community. And this community is formed in the classroom and outside of the classroom. And in the classroom, we have classes. I've been with my class for 8.5 years now. And they're not my friends, they're my family. They have raised me where I am at my most impressionable, and they have shaped me as a person. And the teachers are very supportive of us as well. They're also friends. In fact, Ms. Wiskowiak earlier today was just hanging out in the classroom talking to us because she really believes that she needs to support us and that we're good people, and that she likes us, I guess. Yeah, and so it's a wonderful community outside and inside school, and wonderful curriculum with that head, the heart, and the hands. I guess that's all I have to say.
It was great.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Annika Lindroos, Lindroos. So good evening, everyone. My name is Annika Lindroos, and I'm now a senior at New Tech High, but I did go to Stonebridge for 10 years, and I can attest to the fact that high school teachers love Stonebridge kids. All of my teachers are always so excited when I tell them I went to Stonebridge because they understand how unique Stonebridge is, and they know that I'm set up to handle whatever they're going to toss at us, whatever we're going to be learning. Life at Stonebridge truly set me up for success in high school and beyond. I learned skills through my Waldorf education that I would have never learned anywhere else. Skills that I still use every day and that set me apart from my peers. I still write in cursive, unlike most of my friends, and it baffles them that I have this skill. I'm also able to draw, garden, cook, use my hands to solve problems, so I like to draw in assignments. I like to do hands-on activities. I'll do a craft if I can for an assignment. I never really understood how valuable my Waldorf education was until I got to high school and realized my peers didn't have an education like this. They didn't have a class that was dedicated to learning how to do handwork, like sewing, which is a skill that I use all the time now. They also didn't have a class that let them do woodwork and get to experience what it was like to do. It was almost like a trade, but you were learning something and you got to make stuff that you took home and you got to cherish. They didn't get to spend time outside learning and running around in the grass and playing with all their friends. And they didn't learn how to garden and thus take care of the earth. Stonebridge taught me to love learning and exploring new topics, which has proved to be a useful skill in high school because I find interest in nearly everything that is assigned, which means that I succeed in my learning in a broad way. And I get a lot out of the different subjects, even if it's not something that I'm necessarily super interested in, I find a way to make it appealing to myself. This school truly made me who I am today. I recently won Student of the Month award in November 2019. I have also been on the honor roll throughout my whole high school career, and I've been very involved in many nonprofit organizations, such as the Women's March Napa Valley. If I didn't have my Waldorf Foundation, I know I would have never been able to do all of that because they gave me the skills to go out into the world and be a successful high schooler and soon to be college attendee. So I'm very grateful for Stonebridge, and I hope you renew the charter. So thank you.
And those are all the cards I have for public hearing.
Can I just say thank you? Okay. I promise this is really short. Once again, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to coming back in May and answering any questions. Please come see Stonebridge. Really, the only way to experience it and understand it is through seeing the kids when they're there. Come see the action. So I'd like to just end with a verse, a Rudolf Steiner verse that we all really recognize and say very often. Receive these children in reverence, educate them in love, and send them forth in freedom. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Maria. So just for the school board to know, we will be bringing the charter petition for review and recommendation for action in May. May 14th, I believe, is the tentative board meeting we have scheduled for that. And I will warn you that if you do visit Stonebridge, you do leave with a bountiful basket of lots of amazing goodies. My visit there was pretty extraordinary. I think the most memorable piece were the eggs that I cooked for several days. So, and the honey was delicious as well too. So thank you so much. Thanks for your presence here this evening.
So can I ask a few clarifying questions about process? Sure. And you can close the public hearing if you want, as long as we can
Yes,
discuss.
I'll close the public hearing.
So it seems on timing, we're we're looking at the charter petition under the criteria pre-AB 1505 and 1507, because most of that law kicks in on July 1. That's right. So we're playing by the old rules. We're going to we're going to have as an action item May 14th or so. Will we be getting staff's recommendation 15 days before?
That's right.
All right. Is the current Appendix P what we should be considering as far as the budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Their current appendix, I'd have to pull it up, Trustee Shunk. I don't have
Fine.
the document here.
You look
But
while
we've, yes,
I chatter on.
yes, I'll look that up.
Because I have doubts on what I read in Appendix P, but we can get into that at the appropriate time.
Sounds good.
I guess we wait until the 14th to discuss what academic evaluation criteria. It'll probably be part of staff's report. I think most of my comments are going to be more appropriate in May. Now, I think you've assigned it to legal to put together the staff recommendation, given what everyone else is working on these days.
Yes, so we've put together a charter review team, and we will be providing the charter review team the support of legal to finalize the recommendation that staff will bring forth to the board.
Would it be helpful if I sent my questions or concerns to the staff ahead of that?
Yeah, you can send those to me, and I'll forward them to the appropriate staff engaging in the review.
J1B, Q2 data and research redistricting process presentation. I do have one card. Do you want to go before or after the presentation? Okay.
Good evening, President Martin, members of the school board, and Superintendent Musetti.
Corinne, I'm sorry for the interruption before you get started. We just want to reiterate, given this topic and wanting to ensure access, we do have interpretation tonight in Tagalog and Spanish, and we have the material today also translated. The PowerPoint that Corinne will be presenting to the school board tonight has been provided also in written, has been translated in the written format, both in Tagalog and Spanish. So given our demographic in American Canyon, and Tagalog being the largest representation of minority language, we're providing all of our redistricting materials in both Spanish and Tagalog at tonight's public hearing and moving forward.
Thank you so so much.
No need for translation. Okay, we're good.
Thank you so much. My name is Karen McDonald. Thank you very much for having me tonight. I will give you a little overview of the process that we have worked on in collaboration with Superintendent Mussetti's office, and looking forward to working with all of you. So thank you. Let's see if this works. It does. Wonderful. So a little recap probably for all of you, little introduction and background on the California Voting Rights Act, which I'm sure you're now familiar with. In 2001, the California Voting Rights Act, the CVRA, expanded on the Federal Voting Rights Act by making it easier for members of a protected class to prove that at-large elections dilute their voting strength. We'll go through some of these terms later, so everybody can be on the same level here, and we can all have an educated conversation about this. So jurisdictions really including cities, school districts, you have heard about it, you've read about it, throughout California have transitioned from at-large to by-district elections prompted by the CVRA. And this is a pretty revolutionary law, really, because previously these kinds of transitions really only happened when there was a lawsuit, usually by an organization like the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund or so, and they brought a Federal Voting Rights Act lawsuit, which is incredibly expensive. It is just really kind of an uphill battle to bring these, and they could only bring them in some jurisdictions. So these transitions really very rarely happened unless the board or the jurisdiction just, decided that this was what they wanted to do anyway, and then did it voluntarily. So in January of 2020, the Napa Valley Unified School District received a demand letter. It's called a demand letter asserting a violation under the CVRA. And then in February, of course, you adopted a resolution of intent to move from at-large to by-district elections. And that is why we're here. So timeline and constraints. The California Voting Rights Act is not an easy law to implement because it has an incredibly tight timeline. The entire process must be completed in 90 days. There are 4 hearings in this case that must take place. You can always do more, of course, but these are, part of the law. And 2 hearings must be held prior to creating a draft map. Today is the first of those 2 hearings, and I'm hoping to be able to get some input from you already so that we can start thinking about what these draft maps may look like. Draft maps then must be posted for feedback. I put map or maps. Sometimes it's only one, sometimes it's more than one. It really just depends on the layout of the jurisdiction, on how many maps you can create, just to, even for discussion purposes. Sometimes it's really straightforward. There's really not much wiggle room, so you just have one. And then after the 4th hearing, the board can adopt the new trustee boundaries. I believe you've been provided by your attorney with a rough timeline, and that's the timeline we unfortunately have to stick to, so there is, again, not a lot of wiggle room there. And the process that you're entering into is called redistricting. Usually with the CVRA, we're talking about districting because the jurisdictions don't have districts to begin with. They are all at large. But in this case, of course, you already have districts, so we're redrawing those districts, and that's why we're now in a redistricting process. So what is redistricting? In a district-based electoral system, representatives are elected from districts or by trustee area by the voters that live in each trustee area. Currently, your board is elected at large, although the trustees must live in their respective trustee area. And redistricting is the process of adjusting the boundaries of the Napa Valley Unified School District trustee areas. The district has implemented a transparent public process to redraw these trustee areas and enable residents to participate. We'll talk about this a little bit more following this presentation. And if passed by the Board of Trustees, the new trustee area boundaries will go into effect with the November 2020 election. Again, this is a very quick timeline. And I was really super happy to hear about the census because the census, of course, will factor into this process left and right. So I'm really glad to hear that people are really engaged and hoping everybody's going to participate.
So how will this process work? This is the front end of the process right now. So we have 2 public hearings to gather input on March 12th today. And on March 26th, the Board of Trustees will ask for input from the residents of the Napa Valley Unified School District to help shape the trustee areas. What does that mean? What that means is that either I or my colleague or a colleague and I will be here on the 26th. We're a team of 3 women that are working on this and a few people in the background. And we will have an interactive map here. And we can start looking at the district and at the populations, and we can start moving some lines around if you'd like, or you can give us some input. And the same thing can happen at the 3rd meeting when we have a draft map. We can look at the draft map, we can look at the populations, and then we can move the actual lines around and create a new draft that is based on whatever we're releasing after the 2nd meeting. So this can be a very interactive process. We're also, I should say, happy to come earlier to one of your meetings, perhaps on the 26th. If there's some students that would like to learn about the process and would like to meet up a little bit earlier, happy to set something up. And also very happy to figure out whether we could do a Zoom meeting or something like that to supplement the hearings that we're holding. I know these are challenging times, and with the whole social distancing, it's a little bit more difficult to point at a map.
It does challenge public hearings.
Yeah. So anyway, very happy to get some input, and really whatever will work for you, we will try to make it happen. So the input that we're going to get from this hearing and then definitely the next hearing, that's what we're going to use to just create some draft maps, because at this point you need to look at us, at my colleagues Tamina Alon and Jamie Clark, as blank slates. We know what you tell us. So we know the population that we're getting from the census, we know where the current trustee areas are, but aside from that, we don't have a whole lot of information. So we want to learn about what's going on, where are the communities, what should stay together, what perhaps doesn't need to stay together, and whatever guidance you give us, we can try to put onto a map. And then we will show it to you, and then you can give us feedback, and we'll try to come up with the best compromise that can possibly be created. And I'm just saying compromise because in redistricting or districtings, there is really no perfect. Anything you end up with, unfortunately, is going to end up being a compromise. So, I should say, yeah, we have other ways of getting input also via email. We've set up an email. I don't know how to go backwards on it. There we go. I found the arrow. Thank you, Nikki. So input from the hearings and meetings, and also input that was submitted via mail or email. We have set up a website already with help of your communications team. We're also working right now within our team on an interactive map. That's not a map where you can actually move lines, but it's a map where you can look at population, you can zoom in, you can look at the trustee areas, and that map will be linked to the website that we have already set up. So we're trying to make this process as accessible as possible. And people can mail us information. There are forms that I don't know if they've been translated. If they haven't been translated, they will be. There's a form, an input form about communities of interest. People can fill them out. We will have some maps that people can print out or that we can make available printed out, where people can draw their district if they don't have online access. So we are really trying to figure out how to best get input from anybody who is out there. And again, challenging times, so I'm really hoping people will take advantage of mailing and emailing and letting us know what they need.
Corinne, before you proceed off the content of this slide, I just 2 things. So yes, the forms have been translated. They're actually here this evening in the 3 languages. So I just want to, for the record, note that. And we will make them available on our website. We just completed the translation of those additional forms this afternoon. And then the March 25th Spanish language community meeting that we planned on holding is likely to be canceled given the new parameters that we are dealing with. So I'm currently working with staff around engaging our DLAC officers and maybe some representative ELAC officers from the various sites in more individual or small group meetings, but it won't be a large community meeting where everyone gathers is likely the case. And we've reflected that on our district website and made that adjustment already this afternoon.
Okay.
Based on the new guidelines.
Thank you for letting me know. And again, whatever we can do to help. I mean, my other job, I work at UC Berkeley. We just went to complete online instruction, so sat through 3 Zoom meetings today, you know. Zoom is making a lot of money, so. All right, so the process. What is our process? We're going to release the draft maps on or about April 9. So again, quick turnaround. Anybody who has suggestions and input, please get it to us as soon as you can. And we will make them available online and elsewhere. There's, of course, posting requirements and so forth. Then there are another 2 public hearings to gather feedback. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we will be here with a mapping interface. So we'll have to work with your IT team to make sure that we can hook up our computers somehow. And because it's a it's proprietary program, of course, that lives on our computer and takes a while to set up, so we can't move it over, but we will figure this out, and then you'll be able to see whatever is happening on the map, and you can make suggestions. We'll have a pointer, and we will get this done, and we'll do the best job we can for you. After those 2 hearings, or actually at the 4th hearing, you may be able to already vote on the new trustee areas. And please just remember that the board, for everybody here, will be collecting data through community input, at hearings, through mailed and emailed submissions, and whatever else we can come up with in the next few days to deal with this very challenging virus situation here. So what are the mapping criteria? Redistricting criteria start with federal law, and that is the same wherever you are. In any redistricting or districting situation, it doesn't matter what criteria people write down on whatever piece of paper. This is the law, this is federal law, and this is what everybody does. So the first one is equal population, and then the second piece of that is compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act, which we usually abbreviate as FVRA, and we didn't used to do that. Before we had the CVRA, the California Voting Rights Act, there was only the VRA. So now we have the California Voting Rights Act, which is why we're in this room right now talking to each other, and then compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act is the FVRA. There are also non-federal criteria, and they're usually referred to as traditional criteria or traditional redistricting or districting criteria, and those include contiguity, compactness, respect for communities of interest, and then other criteria, which really usually get rolled into the whole contiguity, compactness, and whatnot, are cohesiveness, continuity, integrity of territory, compactness of territory, and so forth. There's really a really long list of criteria. They pretty much boil down to what you're seeing on this screen. And we will be using all these criteria to make sure that we're in compliance with the law with any of the draft districts and then with the final districts. So let's go through these federal criteria one by one, really briefly. So again, our federal criteria are equal population and the Federal Voting Rights Act. The U.S. Constitution requires districts to have reasonably equal population, and reasonably equal is something to keep in mind here because we don't have to be perfectly equal. Unless if you ever run for Congress and you're part of a congressional redistricting, that's when you have to be very equal in populations. But usually on other districts, you have this reasonable kind of qualifier in there. And this is under one person, one vote, which we've all heard. The 14th Amendment, Equal Protection Amendment or clause, prohibits intentional discrimination because it is a violation of equal protection. The jurisdiction is treating residents differently because of race and thus not according them equal protection under the law. And then the 15th Amendment bans racial discrimination in voting. So this is the basis of our federal criteria. So let's talk about what the ideal population under this equal population criterion will be for your new trustee areas. To compute the ideal population for any type of district, no matter what you're looking at, you just take the total population as counted by the census, and this is the decennial census, and then you divide it by the number of districts or areas, and then you get your ideal population. And the ideal population is what you're shooting for, essentially, when you're building districts. So the ideal population for the trustee areas is total population, which we found out was 115,541. And then if you divide that by 7 trustee areas or districts, then you have your ideal population for each district. So how equal is equal? There are different standards for different jurisdictions, and by different jurisdictions, I mean, again, for example, assembly districts and senate districts and congressional districts and so forth. So only congressional districts are held to strict scrutiny, which means you have to be very accurate, which makes it incredibly difficult. And it also means that oftentimes communities get split just because you have to be so exact in the way that you're drawing them. Lower level districts or electoral areas have a little bit more flexibility. So trustee areas must be reasonably equal. That means that there is some deviation above or below the ideal population allowed. And generally up to plus or minus 5% is used in Federal Voting Rights Act compliance. And this is one of those situations where everybody's always kind of looking for guidance on how much can you deviate. Because if you're deviating too much, then you may get called on malapportionment. So, but if you're too exact, then you may perhaps have to split a community of interest that you know about, or you cannot keep a city together that you may want to keep together, and so forth. So this is always a balancing act, as is pretty much everything in a redistricting process. So at this point, what we're looking at is a plus or minus of 825 people, which is really not much, especially considering that we're using full census geography to draw our districts. And census geography is the only way that we know really what the total population is of each area. The Federal Voting Rights Act, FVRA, Section 2 is what applies here. And it prohibits the denial or abridgment of voting rights on the basis of race or language minority status. And this may also be interesting to some of you because we oftentimes just think of the Federal Voting Rights Act as a race-based kind of an act. And the language minority is actually people that are of Asian, Native American, Alaskan Native, or Spanish heritage. So this was rolled in later, not initially with the Voting Rights Act. And it does not apply to other language groups. So your Swedish neighbors are not covered by the Voting Rights Act, or Norwegians. It really just applies to these particular minority groups. And it prohibits practices that have the purpose or effect of discriminating on the basis of race or language minority status. It applies nationwide to all jurisdictions that conduct elections, so it doesn't matter, again, if it's your congressional district or a mortuary district and everything in between, it applies everywhere. So what does that mean? Federal Voting Rights Act and districting, vote dilution is really what we talk about most frequently. Electoral systems can limit the ability to elect a candidate of choice, and this is really, legal terminology here, by a protected class of voters in various ways. So, for example, at-large election systems can make it impossible for even a large minority group to elect a candidate of choice when the majority votes against them. And another example is that single-member districts can be drawn in ways that minimize voters' ability to elect a candidate of choice also, and that is where that famous term gerrymandering comes in, when districts are drawn in a way that basically benefit one group of people over another, and that could be a racial or ethnic group, and it could be a political group. Systems that limit the ability to elect in this way are said to dilute minority voting strength. So Section 2 in districting, the methods of vote dilution are, and these are also two terms that you'll hear a lot when people are talking about the Federal Voting Rights Act, is cracking and packing. Cracking means that you're dividing up a politically viable population concentration so it doesn't constitute a majority in any district. And packing is when you draw a high proportion of a minority population into one district when it could be politically viable in more than one district. And if anybody wants more information on this or wants to see some maps on this, I am always available to you. So please just send an email and the maps will be forthcoming. So one of the things that we have done already, so, as a districting or redistricting consultant, a lot of the work that you do is on the front end. So before we even come in here and start talking to you, we have already performed some analyses. So one is, we look at your district boundaries and can we put them onto the census geography, but the other one is also we make sure that we figure out whether there is a Section 2 district, so a district in which a minority group can constitute a majority in a particular district, whether there is one in this district and in the Napa Unified School District, because if that were the case, then we would have to do further analysis. So we've looked at this already, and at this point, we do not believe that there is a Section 2 district, a viable Section 2 district hiding. We will do some more analyses, but we're basically pretty certain that we're going to be in the clear with the Federal Voting Rights Act, and I'm very happy to answer more questions on this. So race and districting, so we've talked about race and we've talked about language and so forth, and then here comes the Supreme Court and says, well, we have to limit the role that race can play in districting or redistricting. And they have told us in various cases that in Shaw versus Reno, most prominently, that race cannot be the predominant criterion in line drawing. So that does not mean you cannot take race into consideration. When Shaw versus Reno was first decided, people literally thought that somebody was looking over their shoulder as soon as they looked at a race variable. And that is just not true. Race can be a criterion in line drawing. You can absolutely take it into consideration. It just cannot be the predominant criterion. So that it cannot be your first and foremost and guiding criterion. But definitely, it is obviously a very important one, and it can be considered. Race should not be subjugate traditional districting principles, and you recall that I gave you this little list of criteria, and traditional districting or redistricting principles are compactness, contiguity, communities of interest, along with the other ones that were on that slide. In many cases, district appearance has been important, and this will ring a bell to you also because this is this whole gerrymandering thing, right? So the gerrymander looked like a salamander that was drawn by Elbridge Gerry, so they didn't call it the salamander, they called it the gerrymander, or Garymander, as some people like to correct all of us. So the gerrymander looked pretty interesting, and ever since people have been looking at maps and saying, oh, that looks like, this, and it looks like that, so it's interesting. And the Supreme Court's no different. When they get a case, they look at a map and they go, that looks really funny, tell us more. And oftentimes, all you're telling people is that these are really funky city boundaries. If anybody has a few minutes tonight, go look at the Central Valley and look at the city boundaries in the Central Valley, like Bakersfield's one of my favorite ones. If you just drew a district line around that, everybody would say to you, oh, that's a gerrymander, when really it's just a city boundary. Just because it looks funny doesn't necessarily mean that it is a gerrymander, but if it looks funny, you have probably more explaining to do. So that is how this works. Criterion 3, compactness. So this addresses the geography of the district and area, and what you'll see is really a theme of these geography criteria kind of trying to keep the gerrymandering and the funny district shapes to a minimum. So that's how, the courts have kind of squeezed the gerry out of the mander, so to speak. So there are many different ways to measure compactness, and it's assumed to guard against all types of gerrymandering. That's what the courts have said, and drastic departures from compactness are a signal that something may be amiss. Now, it's sometimes a little easy to say that, just draw something that looks like a square or a little box. It's not that easy to do because communities don't live in squares or boxes. Communities grow in different ways, and again, city boundaries, they don't look square or, or round. So you can't always draw something that is very compact. So most complaints come from appearances, as I've just mentioned, and, does a district or area look funny? That's usually the first question that people ask themselves, and there are a lot of different measures that have been developed. All of you who want to go into statistics conferences, they talk about compactness measures right around redistricting a lot. But then in the end, it gets to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court says, well, appearances matter, and we use the eyeball approach. So that's always a good one. Criterion 4, contiguity. It's pretty straightforward. It's, again, a geographic criterion, and a contiguous district is one in which all the parts are connected to each other. So in other words, if you can travel from one end of the district to the other without crossing the district boundary, then you have a contiguous district. So what they want to avoid is that you have one chunk of the district in one part and then the other chunk of your area in the other part, and there's nothing in between. So it needs to be together. Even that can get very interesting. But when you have a bridge, for example, and you need to connect populations or so forth. So I think I put something onto your frequently asked questions, or the definitions, I think. On the definitions handout, there are some examples. And then finally, communities of interest, my absolute favorite criterion. Trustee areas shall respect communities of interest as much as practicable. That's usually how people talk about communities of interest in redistricting criteria. Communities of interest generally refers to a contiguous population, so it's something that has to be together, mostly, which shares a common social and economic interest, but it could be anything else, though, common social and economic interest, that's pretty broad. Communities of interest are not districts. They are usually a lot smaller than districts, but it depends, of course, on how large your district or your area is. In this case, trustee areas, If you have very small trustee areas, then your community of interest may be larger. If they are smaller, then they can be used as building blocks for districts. And remember, race can't be a predominant criterion, but, oftentimes people come in under communities of interest and they're like, hey, we're one language group. We have, a shared heritage. We're a community of interest. Keep us together. So this is kind of how these concerns enter into the redistricting and districting conversation. And again, I would just like to encourage everybody to please just tell everybody who is part of this this area to come out and give us information so that we can draw some informed maps and do a good job for you. So the interesting thing is communities of interest is very, very important, but there are no data sets readily available that define them, so we're basically collecting them from scratch every time we're starting a new process. And that's probably a good thing also, because communities change. And just to rely on somebody, or some statistical agency to just, collect communities, and then you have an outdated data set, or perhaps one that's not perfectly vetted, is maybe also not a good thing to do. So, who defines a community of interest? You do. We do. The people that live here do. The law does not limit the kinds of interests that may bind a community, and it's up to those who live or work with communities to identify and establish the interests that unite it. Interests do not have to be limited to the current situation. They can also include common goals. So, for example, you're working on something like, people that were just here and talking about the charter. I mean, they're clearly working together about a particular topic, and they'd like to get the charter renewed. That could be a community of interest. What people need to keep in mind, though, is that it has to be kind of geographically kept together, because obviously everybody in the Napa Valley Unified School District has a common interest. To be able to draw some good trustee areas, we need to figure out what the smaller communities are and what they have in common so that we can keep them together or figure out how to put them together to make up good trustee areas. And for everybody, again, one more time, the board will really need your input to define communities of interest. Just a few examples that we have encountered under economic interests. People have talked about their current situation, common employment or economic opportunities or lack of economic opportunities. There's goals like expanding those opportunities and access. Social interests could be schools, culture, language, transportation, you name it. Goals could be improving recreational opportunities or public safety, preserving resources, and so forth. Oftentimes, neighborhoods are thought of as communities of interest because people talk to each other and they meet on a regular basis. That may be true here, it may not be true here. It doesn't have to be true just because it's on my slide. This is really just to encourage everybody to start thinking about it. And one question is, are the current trustee areas communities of interest? This may be something that we also want to talk about. Is this something that we should be looking at as a community of interest or not? And we need your input on that, please. So how do you document a community of interest? We have some handouts in the back already, and they will also be online again, and we'll probably follow up with more documents online that people can download and print and send to their neighbors if they'd like. So just think about the following questions. What bonds your community? Just outline what defines your community. What's your mission or commonality? What do you talk about when you're within this community? And explain what's different outside of the boundaries. That sometimes helps. That's helped me to figure out where my community is, which I now really know where my community is, and I know that because there is one street that defines my community, and on the other side of that street, everything changes. So where is your community located in the Napa Valley Unified School District? And for that, you can create a map of the boundaries. You can use Google Maps. We have a handout on how to do that. A mapping program. You can use paper. We will have some printable maps where people can just draw perhaps a community. And again, we'll have this interactive map also so people can take a look. You can't draw on that map, but it'll give you an idea about where you are. And on the interactive map, we'll also make whatever communities have been submitted available so people can see what's been submitted. And you can just write down the boundaries. So basically, we just need to know from this street to that street, from this street to that street. Just tell us where they are. And why should you participate? To make sure we know about your community of interest, to give your community a voice and make sure it has equal access to the political process, to encourage citizens to register, vote, and remain politically engaged, and to help shape a redistricting plan that provides communities a meaningful opportunity to elect candidates who represent their interests on issues that are important to the Napa Valley Unified School District. How to get involved and how to learn more. Please, again, testify here, submit written testimony, send supporting information. The final deadline for comments to be considered for the draft maps is April 6th. So that's just the first draft. Afterwards, everybody is very welcome to provide more input, more comments, more communities of interest, but if you want them to be reflected in some fashion in the draft maps or considered in the draft maps, I can't promise that they're going to be reflected, but they will be considered for, to be incorporated, then April 6th is your day, because then we have 3 days to construct the maps. And please just submit the information either to the superintendent's office or via email. We've set up an email, districting@nvusd.org, and we have a website that will be populated with more and more things every day, nvusd.org/districting. And thank you very much in advance for participating, and thanks again for having me. If there are any questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
I think it was pretty clear. I think it was very clear. Also, I went to the one for City of Napa last week, so it's pretty clear to me.
You're an expert now.
No, I'm not an expert, but I did make a map, so for the city, but
I'm just putting a kudos plug out there for you, because if this presentation was at the City of Napa's presentation, I think a lot of the Latino population would have had a lot of clarity as to what was going on, or even just the general public. I don't think that it was described in this matter. It was more like the process.
Yeah.
And not necessarily the reasons why. So I do appreciate your thoroughness.
Thank you.
Right, and I wish Mr. Van Gorder had stuck around because, this is why we're having a meeting. This is it. This is why we didn't shut down our meeting. This is important.
I have a question. As we look at the maps, and then you mentioned that when we start drawing the maps, what kind of demographic information are we going to have available?
So generally speaking, we draw a total population, and unfortunately, we're in 2020, so we don't have the new census available, right? Yeah, so we're really dealing with information that's 10 years old. And that was collected in, on or around April 1 of 2010. So total population is available. Then we have race, ethnicity, and we have citizen voting age population. We have citizen voting age population loaded because that's what you use to test for Federal Voting Rights Act Section 2 districts. So we have that in there, generally speaking. Geographic data at this point, what we've loaded is the current trustee areas. I have an interesting map for you if you would like to see it, Nikki has it. We just made this. This is what we call an over-under map, which is kind of how you start doing, any kind of districting. So my colleague Jamie made this today. And this shows your current trustee areas and how much from the ideal population they're over and under. So remember, your ideal population is 16,506, and then we're trying to be within plus minus 5%. And I know this is very small, but District 1 up there is underpopulated by 34.12%. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much for zooming in on this. So we have that's negative 34.12%. So that means that district, if we were to start with those districts, that district would have to grow and pick up population, right, to get to roughly around 0. And then you have District 7 that has 22.25%, so it's over. So that one would have to shrink. And this is also this little kind of introduction to census geography and the density of the population in this particular district, because you have some areas that are clearly very densely populated, so the districts look really small, but there are a lot of people in there. Yeah, and then the very large areas, they are not very densely populated, right? So you have districts that are in area rather large, but they are not, densely populated. So it's going to be very challenging. So if you were to, so the way that I would look at this, not knowing anything other than, where those district lines are right now and what the total population is, the way that I look at this is, for example, if you say to me, start drawing with District 1 and equalize the population, well, then District 1 has to pick up population from either 7 or 2, or maybe 3 if you wanted to rotate, right? So at that point, you're changing those two districts somewhat. And then you're kind of circling through. You're either picking up or you're dropping population. So very quickly, you have a completely different map, very, very quickly. Because it's very rare that you can just do this like one-to-one exchange, and it actually works. And at this point, we're not looking at anything other than just your districts and total population, and that's already a little bit of an issue, right? We don't have city boundaries on here or anything else that we're looking at. I would be happy to look into other data sources that you think might be important.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, language minorities, right? A large population of our students are English language learners, and so are their parents.
Right.
I also think that I think there are pockets in our community that are low-income families. So it'd be really interesting to see where they are in the map of this.
Right.
Of the district. And so I think just data like that also, where you find pockets of children and families, that would be interesting.
Okay.
Because those are important members of our community that can be overlooked very easily.
Right, definitely. And we're all thinking census, of course, because that's usually when they're not.
Right.
Yeah, the largest undercounted population.
They're the largest undercounted population.
Yeah, absolutely. So on some of these, if we could get community feedback on, populations that are like, for example, lower income populations that should be kept together, because I'm assuming there's probably some spread throughout. There's probably some areas that are, not low income, but there's probably like dispersed populations. So if we could get community input under communities of interest and get like little areas delineated that we can then load and use as building blocks to make sure that they should stay together. I mean, we can get some of these data loaded. They would come from census.
There's a lot of that from census.
Yeah,
right?
that's always the issue. It's census that, I love the census. The income variable is not something that I generally love from the census.
Right.
Because it's that whole median income, and
And
they
we're
suppress.
using old data.
They suppress a lot. It's older. Well, it does come from the American Community Survey, so it's a little bit fresher, quote unquote. But the American Community Survey is a 5-year data set. So if you think about that, if you get surveyed today, and then that data set comes out 5 years from now, you're still exactly where you were sitting today in that data set. It doesn't really update, right? Because it collects data over 5 years. So it's not the freshest data set either. Which my particular pet peeve on that is actually Latino citizen voting age population, because just think about somebody who is Latino, Latinx, and is surveyed at age 16, and then that data set comes out 5 years later. Well, that person is still not of voting age. That person will stay in there until, I always say that's the only place where you don't age. Is the American Community Survey citizen voting age population.
That's funny.
So honestly, the reason for why I keep talking about communities of interest and trying to get as much input as possible is because people on the ground know their communities a whole lot better than any statistical source that you can get. We can load the stuff in, but it's definitely to be handled with care.
Do you have to be part of that community to say that's the community of interest?
No.
Okay.
No, I think all of you are representing the Napa Valley Unified School District. I think when we're saying that people should at least be part of the community, we don't want somebody, this is really like, imagine the state process, and you have somebody who comes from Southern California and says, well, those people in Oakland, I know exactly what they need. Let me just tell you where their community of interest is. That's not what you want. You want people that actually just know. And, we will be presenting that information to you. So if there's anything where you feel like, well, this is clearly really just from the left field, then you don't have to consider it.
Okay.
But we'll present to you whatever we're getting. We're going to digitize it. So people need to just keep in mind to give us boundaries, outer boundaries. Just give us, 4 streets, or give us a creek or something. Just define it for us. And then we'll be able to just give you these little geographic units, and we'll use them as building blocks. And if people give us information, then we know what it is. Is it a low-income community? Is it limited English speakers? What is it? So.
Okay. My other question is, I know the questioner is asking about communities of interest, but if you were to go out there to someone and survey, what's your community interest? I don't know if your regular person could say what that is. I think it's a complicated term. So then if that gets translated as still complicated, in what way, so as I read this community of interest, I only have the Spanish one in front of me, can there be any input also as to how that can be described maybe a little bit better? Because if I go out there and I don't know, I'll test it out with my mom tonight. Ask her like, ¿cuál es el interés mutuo? I don't know if she'd be able to answer. I think she'll look at me like, what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's an option or a possibility to provide input
Absolutely.
from community members as to looking at questions like this so that it's a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And, I actually did this. I did this for my master's in 1998. I was in grad school at UC Berkeley. And that's exactly what I did. I went pretty much neighborhood meeting to neighborhood meeting and asked people about their community of interest to try and figure out what people were thinking. And, the constraint that we have here is we're trying to not give people a whole book to read, right? You have to kind of keep the information kind of short. I try to explain in person better than I can possibly put it onto a piece of paper. I know if I give another piece of paper, people may not read it. But generally, just tell us about your community. And, if there's, again, we'll come early. If people want to come early, we're happy to do hands-on meetings or, at this point, 6 feet apart, of course. But yes, so something along those lines, long stick or something, and we'll figure it out somehow. That, yes, also good. Whatever works, And yes, please rewrite that. And if you have any input for us, we're really happy to hear it. So I can't speak to the translation, just, we do the best we can.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a clarifying question for Scott Rafferty and Mr. James Hinton. Did you wish to talk about the presentation, or did you want to have your comments on the public hearing J1C?
I think both, actually. I wanted to say a few words about.
Okay, so I'll have you speak about the presentation now,
Yes.
and then until I open for open hearing, your card would then be put to the back of the rest of the cards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm here tonight. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be with you last time, so I'm a new face to some of you. I did have a chance to meet the superintendent at the Latino School Conference last year. I had a chance to meet with your attorney, but I had to go to Southern California during your last meeting. I'm here, quite frankly, I just want to expose myself to any questions you may have. Some of my members of my client are not here because of the coronavirus. Some of them are not here because they wanted to take a break from the reception they received at the last meeting. And I want to allow you to interrogate me on any concerns you may have. But I need to assure you that this is a remarkable client who very much engaged with the minority community. And I'm glad to provide details. I know I have other subjects to cover. Regarding Karen, I mean, she's a very remarkable demographer. I'm pleased to work with her. I have in the past. She's what's perhaps most remarkable, she deals with the legislature on redistricting, which is something they kind of care about, and they're very powerful people. So I'm sure we all have a lot to learn about speaking truth to power from Ms. McDonald, because she really is very direct, and she gets a lot of respect for it. So, but I also, I'm glad you regarded that as clear, because there was so much information there, and it was so concisely said. But one of my favorite, the case that we worked together on, which I thought was very insightful and a little bit relevant here, a city where there were 4 members of the city council, and 2 of them were African American, and they both supported districting. They were overrepresented, but they lived in an area of town which is where all the wealthy African Americans go. When they make it big, you go to this area, and frankly, you kind of like the white people there, I mean, in terms of voting. But everyone knew in this town that above a particular highway in the traditional downtown, nobody had been elected since 1980-something. And they knew that was the injustice. And it was a coalition, it was high minority, not as high as, but that's what Karen focused on. And it really was, it was a very rewarding experience, and it also convinced me there was a lot of hostility at the beginning, and you saw the community come together. I developed a lot of respect for some of the concerns people had. I think they saw it differently. It was much less threatening at the end. Very fulfilling. I guess that's it. But if you have questions on or off the record, I'm happy to answer them.
James Hinton?
Good evening, James Hinton, 3574 Hunter Circle. So, I've been around the political scene here in Napa and the Bay Area for about 6-7 years now. I've worked on school board races outside of this community, and like if you go to Vallejo, they have a much more passionate community about their school board. The meetings are more highly attended than ours. The races are way more competitive than our races. And when I ran for supervisor in 2016 and I was looking at our districts and everything, it didn't make sense to me back then why we voted only for the supervisor in our district, but we voted for all 7 school board members. And it never, so this meeting we're having tonight, this presentation, I don't know why it's so comprehensive or complicated. This stuff shouldn't be that hard. I understand there's not a lot of political pressure on this upcoming school board race like there is in our city council meeting coming forward, where we already have people running and they don't know what race they're going to be in and this and that. So I think we can get through this little ordeal here without a lot of drama, problems, or pressure. I think that I wasn't really aware of the fact before this meeting how unproportionate our districts were in relation to each other. That is important. But I would like to see us get down to only voting for the people in our district. First of all, I think it's great that you're all serving up here. You're very underpaid, underappreciated in our community. Nights like tonight, you listen to all this boring testimony over and over about on and on. And you're up here, 5 out of 7 of you, serving our community. So thank you. I know it's not always, you're not always appreciated and so forth on your decisions, but I do appreciate you're taking the time to listen, and you have to do this. I just would like to get through this faster, more, boom, boom, boom. It's common sense stuff. We need to have district elections. We need to have our districts make sense where they're not. Most people know, not even most people, some people know their supervisor lines. I would be surprised if 1 out of 20 registered voters knew their school district line. I'd be surprised if 1 in 100 knew their school district boundaries. I'd be surprised if 1 in 50 knew who each one of you were that represented them inside the district. I mean, this stuff is not as popular as other things, and I hope we can get through it without too much distraction for you, but in a fair way to where we have districts. So if somebody does want to run to get up there, they don't have to do yard signs for American Canyon, Napa, and Yountville. They don't have to canvass American Canyon, Napa, and Yountville. We can start making it a little easier so that somebody can run and serve their district and be up here in the future. Thank you.
Those are all the cards I have for this item.
I think maybe the card for the next one is probably more appropriate for this time. It has mainly to do with procedure.
Your name, please?
Gary Orton.
Okay.
Madam President, honorable trustees, Superintendent Massetti, my name is Gary Orton. I'm speaking on behalf of the Napa County Progressive Alliance. We commend the board's adoption of a resolution at its last meeting to transition from at-large to by-trustee area elections for the November 2020 election cycle. As we previously stated, it's important that the voices of communities of color whose votes can be diluted by at-large elections be heard. In the case of the Filipino community in American Canyon, their votes have been diluted, and we thank you for scheduling one pre-map hearing in American Canyon as we requested at your last meeting. We would like to know what you have done to advertise this meeting and other future meetings and workshops, including in Spanish and Tagalog, as requested and required by law. We renew our request that you conduct at least one workshop on mapping. If you observed the City of Napa's 2 workshops, you undoubtedly saw the enthusiasm and knowledge of mapping gained by the public. Early education of the public is needed to show them how to obtain demographic data by census block from a website such as districtr.org and how to incorporate it into maps, because there was a lot of confusion of people when they came to the workshop, but then later they sort of discovered it. It's an educational process. You can help them along by that. The City of Napa has instructions on its website on how to do this, and we request you post instructions on your school board district elections page. It would also be helpful to have a link to each school's attendance boundaries because it's one factor in determining a community of interest. And I know you have a map someplace else deep inside the website someplace, but if you post the link on that page, it would also be helpful. I'm open to any questions you have. I have a minute left. I would also say by observation of what I just heard that, if you're looking at an ideal district of 16,000, the Progressive Alliance did a 5-district map for the city of Napa, and it turns out the ideal district is about 16,000, and that's 5 districts. And so most of these districts that you're going to be doing at 16,000, 5 of them probably will be touching Napa somehow, or maybe all of them will, but I'm telling you, 5 of the 7, that's where the population is in the 16,000. So it's going to be a very interesting process. If you have any questions, I'd be most happy to answer them. Thank you very much for your time.
J1C, all open for public hearing. Redistricting and transition to by trustee area for November 2020 NVUSD Board of Education elections in compliance with California Voting Rights Act. Consider public input regarding the composition of trustee areas prior to drawing draft maps of the proposed boundaries of trustee area. I have I have 6 cards. First off, Mr. Jason Kishinev.
Kumusta ka? Ang mga lumpia ay hindi burritos at ang Filipino ay hindi Latino. I don't know if any of you understood more than a couple of words of that, but that was Tagalog. And I said, how are you doing? Lumpia are not burritos, and Filipino is not Latino. I watched a video of the last meeting, and at least 3 of you got a bit indignant at the Napa County Progressive Alliance for not coming to you first about an issue that concerns Filipinos, because, as you stated, you are Latino. Yes, there is some connection there, but Filipinos are islanders, not Latinos. Different history, different language, different culture. Because some of you were put off, your responses to the comments came off a bit aggressive. And that to me is a free speech issue. We're supposed to get 3 minutes to comment, but if you make people feel unsafe, like you're going to criticize their opinions, then you are stifling voices whether you mean to or not. If a comment makes you feel defensive, I'd like to ask you to please check yourself before you reply. Nobody's trying to attack anybody or insult anybody. Mr. Shunk, I want to thank you for your measured response. It would have been really easy for you to interpret all this as an attack on you. I don't see it as an attack on you. That said, traffic between Napa and American Canyon is notoriously bad, and it makes no sense that candidates from American Canyon should have to campaign in North Napa for areas that they're not going to represent. I support the proposed change to district-based elections. You had a better term on next door. I forget what it was. I want future trustees for American Canyon. I live in American Canyon, by the way, representing American Canyon to be elected because they appealed to us in American Canyon, not people in affluent areas of North Napa. I also want to repeat something that a good friend Karina said, who couldn't be here tonight, unfortunately. I was hoping she would. She said that American Canyon has 25% of the students in the district, and perhaps we should have more representation than 1/7 of the board. If we had 2 trustees, it would make sense proportionately, particularly since we'll be 1/3 of the size bigger in another decade thanks to the Watson Ranch project and other development projects. Salamat.
Gladys Castillo.
Dr. Musetti and trustees. I hope I could make this within 3 minutes. But I would like to start with that I'm not fully supportive of the demand letter addressed to Napa Valley Unified School District, with its reasons for it to transition to district-based elections. My rationale for this is just based off the information about what California Voting Rights Act is all about, information that I learned from my minority civil rights organizations like MALDEF and Asian Americans Advancing Justice that had guided my experience as one of the members of the Phil-Am community who was giving input to the drafting of district map proposals for another city's transition to having district-based elections. But I also learned that then, and it's correct to say currently as of yet, that there is no city, no school district that has successfully challenged any CVRA petition letter, no matter how well or not well its intentions and reasons are as stated by any law firm. With that in mind, and going forward, all I, and hopefully we that live in this county can hope is that members of the communities, especially those that are marginalized, underrepresented, and underserved, the indigenous, Black, Asians, Filipinos, Latinx, Hispanics, immigrant communities, and neighbors of unincorporated areas of Napa and other towns can work together. The key is working together. That's what I learned from MALDEF and the Asian Americans Advancing Justice. Side by side and giving all our input in and how we all want to see how district boundaries are drawn, and hopefully one agreed upon draft map proposal for this school district. That would be the ideal situation, but hopefully that can be a goal to have one unified draft map proposal in which several members of the before-mentioned marginalized communities in this county can agree on and submit for the board's approval. That would be an opportunity for marginalized community members to have a voice when usually they are limited to have none whatsoever on any political matter. As far as the Phil-Am community in American Canyon, they are, from my observation, having peers of that community, they are interspersed within American Canyon. They are residents of mobile home parks, the newer built homes near American Canyon High, and neighborhoods that borders with Rancho Vallejo, everywhere in American Canyon. Can I add? But what I learned is that there's a dire need for public health and social services to be right there in American Canyon. And as I learned from residents at an event about public health services, they would have to go to Napa for these kind of services. That issue alone affects all communities, not just the Phil-Am community, and especially the immigrant communities. I personally just think a person doesn't necessarily have to be of Asian, Filipino descent to be the trustee representative of American Canyon. But across this whole board, that trustees should be strong advocates for vulnerable communities like immigrant communities and their policy proposals and their votes on the dais in general as representatives for the whole Napa School District. Thank you.
Scott Rafferty.
Well, of course, there's a lot to cover, and sometimes I get more than 3 minutes, but I do want to say one more thing about Karen and the process generally. I've heard often I get this argument that you have to do this whole thing over again after the census. That is not the case. You do the 5 hearings now, you do 1 hearing after the census. And I usually say it's going to cost a lot more in a year. What I will say is I don't think you would get Karen next year. I mean, you have a great opportunity here. She's going to do this right. And in the case of this county, as I've made clear in the petition, there really hasn't been that much change
in the last 10 years is fundamentally it's going to be a true up. You really will get a good picture now. I do want to say that it's true that Asian is the category for Section 2 as a language group, but there is other language data, not only from the American Community Service, but also from the Section 203 determination, which is about literacy in foreign languages, which comes out every 5 years, 2016, 2021. And there is groups that do not speak English well in this county, and I think that is an important population to look at, both in Spanish and in Tagalog. My approach has been to try to say, what are we trying to remedy here? Who are the most underrepresented people? And to draw that district first. And there are two ingredients to this. One is to look at every map you can find. Every map that has boundaries on it has some relevance. But also, I do think we have to look at economic statistics. Races should not be the predominant factor. But trailer parks you have to look at a multiple to get a full picture. I mean, Antioch, we went back to the school district, and the guy only wanted to look at race. And I said, no, look at all these statistics. And one of them was, there was a district where 12% of the households had access to an automobile. I thought that was it defined a very poor, needy area. We don't have a situation that you have like in Richmond in Concord, where there's an immigrant community where there's many, many, many immigrants who can't volunteer in their schools because they're afraid of getting fingerprinted. But we do have this Tagalog community, and it is true that American Canyon is itself a community of interest. I mean, they have grown much more quickly than any place else in the county, and they have different interests that need to be represented by, they want to elect their own person. I mean, but within that, it's going to be more than one district, and I think we do have to take very seriously the Tagalog, the Filipino community. It's one of the only places where they come very, very close to a majority district. So I think that deserves some respect. So I'm out of time. There's lots more to say, and much of it is in the petition, but we'll keep working. I do want to say, in light of the virus situation, the law is out there about how many hearings, but I hope you have my commitment that anything we can do to accommodate this, I'm going to support. We've got to find a way to reach out to American Canyon, though, because this community, the community I was describing in Antioch, they don't come to meetings anyway. You have to find a way through their places of worship. Well, Napa City did a spectacular job last weekend of reaching out to the Latino community, literally from the pulpit, the city manager. And I hope we find ways to do the same for American Canyon. So thank you.
Cindy Biederman.
Good evening. Cindy Biederman, and yes, for clarification, I am a trustee, Area 3 for the Napa County Office of Education, but I'm here as a community member of American Canyon, a grandmother of children who are right now go to school, but I already raised my children through the school district. So with that said, I do have some questions. First of all, I was at the last meeting, and to me what I saw was maybe some board members that took to heart that maybe they were being accused of something that they do not do. I don't care what race you are, I don't care what nationality, I don't care what religious beliefs you have. I do believe that every one of you guys do represent everybody in the school district. So that I want to thank you, and that's what I saw. I have a couple questions. One is, I know the population in American Canyon, for the school district, and I hope the numbers are correct, 2018, 2019 student population was about 17,848, with American Canyon students of about 4,300 of that. So with those numbers alone, I would assume that maybe we should be able to get an extra representative in our area, in our district. I don't think we're here to badger anybody to go district. I think we're kind of put over a barrel at this point in time. My concern is pretty much what you guys were saying, and it's kind of messing up with what the people who brought the petition was saying. If they're that interested in making sure this is done right, then especially with this virus going on, they're going to cancel meetings. You just got an executive order today that you have to start closing meetings down or provide ample room for 6 feet of distance. So how are we going to do that? We're not. So if you want to help us out, then please find a way in your legal loophole to give us the time because of this virus. They're not saying, hey, we don't want to do this. Their life is, I'm sorry, from what I see, their life is going to be easier once it's done, especially for election purposes. But if you don't let it get done right, then you're defeating your own purpose. And that's not right for our city in American Canyon. We want to talk about the population, 1/3 Asian, 1/3, I believe, Hispanic, but the minorities are now, I'm Irish, guess what? But are we going to get represented? So it has to be done right. We have our own interests. American Canyon is the most diverse city. So if you want to put the petitions out there, please do it right so everybody can benefit, which is what I hope that's what the petition's for. My understanding is the first attorney puts it out, they get the money. That's what I'm looking at. Thank you guys for what you do, but I do have another question is, the one that was answered on that, thank you very much for the outreach. How much time I got? 18 seconds. I think that's pretty much it. My biggest concern is getting the outreach done, reaching the people. I don't know if there's anything I can do. Let me know. And Joe, keep up the good work.
Hugh Marcus.
Good evening, Superintendent Massetti and Board. I'm here as a resident of American Canyon. This is sort of new to me. I'm really concerned about the 90-day period we have with what's going on right now. With what's going on with the coronavirus, I do not see that being able to take place. And I'm really concerned about rushing this through. Again, this is sort of new to me. I appreciate the map that you showed. I did have a question on the map, if I can ask, if that's okay. As I looked on the top, I my question was, I noticed the top had a negative 34%, and I noticed American Canyon, what I thought was a positive 44%. Is that correct? Okay. Anyway, you look, and my concern is it seemed sort of off. American Canyon is growing, and my concern is that we're rushing this through, and I'm also wondering if we're going to think of the future. We have a lot of big developments coming on in our town, some low income, some not low income. And I'm concerned that if we rush this through now before the census, and I know that seems like what's happening now, that we will be underrepresented. And so that is a concern for me. Did you find it? Right. Yeah, okay. I'm just curious because it seemed like we were overrepresented, and I feel that American Canyon is underrepresented in the school district. While like Cindy said, you all represent the whole school district, and I appreciate that. But I want to make sure that American Canyon and the people in American Canyon get represented. Thank you.
Maria Cisneros.
Good evening again. I am here tonight as a community member and a resident of the Bel Air area. And as I listened to the speakers, the presentation, both by the petitioners, and then the only things that come to my mind right now is silenced again. I know there was some passion on the last meeting. I understand that, and in being a member of the Latino community, I understand why, in terms of the demographics that were used to justify the petition. So I understand the passion that was behind that. because I was part of that. I'm part of that at the city council. And let me tell you, this is the first time I've done anything like this. I'm a little, nervous about it, but I feel like I have to speak and I have to say something about what is going on here. I completely agree with the last two speakers about the process. Because right now, what is keeping people away from sharing their voice is, of course, a short timeline. We didn't really have the 90 days. We were, served a little later than city council was. So that is not part, the days are shorter, the timeline is shorter. The second part is, our world is upside down right now with the COVID-19 virus. And so there are more pressing issues that I feel that our school board and our district leadership needs to deal with at this time. But most importantly is to make sure that whatever process that we use is that we make sure that we have our marginalized communities have a strong voice. I appreciate that we're going to go to our ELACs because as a school district, those are our easiest group that we can connect with. But there's a lot more that we need to connect with and bring forward. Our Latino community, our marginalized community, it takes a lot of work to get them engaged in political process or processes like this. It's not easy. There's a lot of education that goes behind this. And so when a petition is served, when you have a timeline, it's really just some lack of understanding of how communities really work. Especially here in Napa, to bring people together and to make sure that their voice is heard, they give the input. I participated last weekend. I wouldn't necessarily say that it was a great success because there were not a lot of nationalities, there was not a lot of representation there. And so, yes, there was about 20 people in the morning, about 30 people in the afternoon session. But that's a grain of what, the population here in Napa. So I do ask and I request that based on our current circumstances, and I completely agree that this be extended, give us additional time so we can get our community better engaged. And also, like I said, I don't disagree with voting by district. I don't disagree with any of that. But I do disagree with how this came about. And again, I want our community to be given the opportunity to give their input. It is essential for them. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Those are all the cards I have. I will close public hearing. J2, business and operation. Discussion item, J2A, presentation on 2019-20 second interim report.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about the second interim tonight. So, excuse me, for my presentation, I'm going to start by talking about the economic big picture and some of the factors that impact Napa Valley Unified School District directly.
I'm sorry for the giggles.
It's okay, I know.
Because I feel like we do this to you every time we get together.
You
So
mean like late
like
meetings or the hand sanitizer?
Hey, there's your first joke of the night.
I know, that's one, right? I got one in already. It's pretty good. So, what I wanted to do for this presentation is, you'll notice inside this presentation that I do have some slides from my first interim. I kind of want to use them a little bit as a reflection point to kind of talk about how things have changed since first interim, especially with the economy. And so when you look at first interim, what I spoke about was the fact that the economy was very strong. Gross domestic product, while it was slowing down, we didn't expect a recession. Gross domestic product was sitting at about 2%. Since then, we've had some very significant changes. So I wrote this slide on Thursday. Since Thursday, we've even had more extreme changes. So there's a negative impact on global trade and the supply chain. So we know that the supply chain could be impacted. Slower gross domestic product and possibly a global contraction. So I would say that I would lean more towards a very possible global contraction. I added the word extreme since Thursday. I originally just said stock market volatility, but it's definitely been extreme. So we've seen regular swings of 1,000 points. Today, I think we saw a swing of, we're negative 10%, the biggest decline since 1987. So another joke, I think they're not 401ks. I think I heard Cindy, you said a 201k, is that right? It's a 201k now.
Yes, that's my husband's little joke, left over from 2008.
So we all have 201ks or 101ks right now, so it's definitely going in that direction. So there have been some very, very large interventions by the Federal Reserve. I saw a number something like $1 trillion a day, something like that. So very, very large movements by the Federal Reserve just to kind of keep things afloat, to make sure that the financial system has the dollars and liquidity in it to keep things moving along. Along those lines, what I had, one of the things I've done in terms of my research is I did reach out to a couple people. So I did reach out to a friend who works in the hotel industry, very well connected. She was the chairwoman of San Francisco Travel. And she said since the beginning of March, occupancy at this particular hotel in San Francisco has gone down from 70 to 80%, down to about 30%. The number of employees at the hotel has gone from 424 employees to 20. So, very, very large impacts in terms of what's happening in the travel industry and the food industry. So this will definitely likely impact average daily attendance. As of Thursday, there were very small scale school closures, but as of today, we're seeing some very large scale school closures. Multiple states have, and just sitting here right now, there have been some other districts in the Bay Area that have chosen to close. So this, at a bare minimum, this will impact the governor's budget in terms of, during first interim, we talked about the idea of there potential to have more revenues because it was a very conservative budget we felt. However, given what's going on right now, I do not anticipate any additional revenues coming at the governor's budget. If anything, we could see less. So this slide right here, it shows inflationary expectations. And so the importance of this slide is it shows what we could anticipate in terms of cost of living adjustment. And so in 2019, it was sitting at about 1.7%. This chart here shows market volatility. So again, as of Thursday, the 10-year bond, which is generally accepted as a measure for anticipated inflation, had gone to 0.76%. I think the next day it had gone down to 0.5. And so at one point last week, all of our interest rates for all of our bonds were below 1%. And so that's never happened in our history. So again, inflationary expectations are very low. So if anything, what I would anticipate too in terms of adjustments in the governor's budget, I would imagine that the cost of living adjustment would probably come in much lower than we anticipate for both of the years, which would cause us to change our budget. You've seen this slide too. Just again, one of the big drivers of our revenues is our student population, or the number of students. This slide shows that in California, we anticipate a decline of about 200,000 students between now and 2026, 2027. So what are the financial implications for Napa Valley? Declining enrollment will continue to have a negative impact on revenues for the foreseeable future. Both certificated and classified cuts will need to occur every year as long as we have declining enrollment. The decline costs us about $2 million per year. Enrollment declined much faster than positions were cut in the past. Again, some of these slides, these bullets are exactly the same as they were in first interim. Again, some of the big changes that we have there would be we're making excellent progress reducing expenditures and planning for our 2020-2021 budget. So when you think of second interim really is your plan for your budget. And so when you look, again, this is the base year, then you have year 2, which is next year, and then you have year 3. So what you see in terms of the plan that we put forward for year 2, we haven't enacted the policy decisions that we need to make to present a balanced budget in June. So that's one of the more important things. When we start to talk about looking at the multi-year projection, it's exceptionally important to look at what's happening in year 2. Some of the other things, also additional reductions in plant expenditures may be needed as long as declining enrollment works through secondary schools. And so what we're seeing right now in elementary school is we're seeing cohort sizes of about 1,000 around kindergarten right now. that decline in enrollment is starting to really impact middle schools. And so middle school cohorts are much larger than that. If you look all the way up to high school, you see cohorts above 1,200. And so big decline in enrollment working its way through its system. The high school hasn't really felt it yet. What's happening at the high school right now, they actually have a fairly large incoming ninth grade cohort. But the middle schools are feeling that decline in enrollment, and we know what's going to happen in the out years because we just have to look at our elementary schools. So for this next slide, what I wanted to do is talk about some of the cuts that you'll see in the budget. And so as a management team, one of the things that we wanted to model is before we talked about cuts across the organization, we wanted to talk about the cuts that we need to do in terms of management team. And so what you see there is this is the plan. I think you've seen this in a previous meeting, but what I wanted to do is just make sure and remind everyone that we have made cuts in management. Some of those cuts or the savings in management appeared in the 2019-20 year, and some are projected out in 2020, 2021. And so they appear in different spots. And so I just wanted to make sure and remind everybody and ground everybody in that, because it is kind of complex depending on when you put in the cut. So if the cut's already happened, then it's already included in digital schools and the SACS file. So you won't necessarily see it called out as a bullet inside of there. And so if you go through and you look through the bullets and say, okay, well, where are your cuts, Rob? You're not going to see a bullet for 332,500, right? Because that's part of that is already included in the file that we uploaded into SACS, because it happened before second interim ended, which is 131. So it's important to recognize that. In terms of revenue assumptions, we are assuming to have a decline of about 200 students per year. So again, that's our best estimate. It could be 200, it could be 250. In terms of another big revenue assumption is that there's a pretty large reduction in our preschool special education funding. That was labeled as one-time money, and sure enough, they did cut that to zero in 2021, 2022. There's an assumed cut of 50% in our model for next year. On the positive funding side, we do anticipate to receive a 15% increase in our AB 602 funds, which are our special ed funding dollars that go through the SELPA. And so this is the number that I estimated with Josh from the county office. So we're estimating about $1.7 million coming in next year. Again, the big change for 2021, 2022 is no one-time money for special education. It goes to zero. And when you have a revenue certainty like that of a big decline, it really impacts your multi-year projection in the third year, which is part of the reason why you see this huge negative in the out years in terms of our deficit spending. On the expense side, again, notice that there are a lot of bullets on the expense side. Very few on the revenue side. And so what that does in terms of making a multi-year projection, it makes it so there's a term I've heard where it says you have lots of expense certainty, but on the revenue side, you have a lot of uncertainty. And so what happens is the projections that you look at for year 2 and year 3 are very different. So for year 2, I would anticipate that we're pretty certain about that. We'll know more as we get closer to the governor's workshop. But when you get out to year 3, you just don't really know. There's so much uncertainty. And so the idea is that if I were to come to you and say, okay, well, we need to make all these cuts because of something that's happening in year 3, yes, we need to put some proposed cuts in there, and we need to watch that very, very closely. But when year 3 becomes year 2, at this time next year, you'll see a balanced budget there. And so what we're committed to in the business office is to make sure and put the cuts that we need to put in place, be conservative with our revenue assumptions, to always present a balanced budget going forward where we do not have deficit spending. For the out year, some of the same things, some again, going back to for year 3, I have approximately about $1 million in reductions in certificated salaries and some other cuts. But again, the actual amount of that cut will really vary. I don't ever want to stand up here on the mic and say, for year 3, we need to make a $5 million cut, because I really don't know at this point in time. I could call out a number, but then I lose credibility with the board and the community when I start calling out large cuts for year 3 when we really don't know what's happening at this point. So you've seen this again. We're anticipating declining enrollment of about 200 students a year. This is probably one of the more important slides, and so what this slide shows, it's just a summary of what you see in the SACS file. And so you see our anticipated revenues and expenses for the base year. So right now we're sitting in approximately about a 5% reserve. That number will change between now and the end of the year. Part of why you see a shift between first interim and second interim, there's a couple things. Part of it is the way that software anticipates that if you have an increase of, let's just say, a given expense, it will multiply that out by the end of the year. So generally speaking, you tend to close your books with a little bit higher in terms of actual reserves by the time you actually close the books between second interim and closing the books. Also, one of the things that's impacted us from first interim to second interim is we do have, again, big component enrollment and then average daily attendance, which is actual students that show up to class, right? And so the number that we anticipated in terms of students coming in class, our average daily attendance, and the actuals came in a little bit less. And so it came in about a half to about 1% lower than we anticipated. There's a number of reasons for that. Part of it is a slight overestimation, and also part of it is due to the PSPS days. And so while we are able to file for a waiver when we close schools, there are a lot of days that surround that period where there's uncertainty for families, and students didn't come to school. And the offset, while it's not enough to apply to get a reimbursement for it, it still does impact our revenues. So for example, if a school goes from regularly having a 96% average daily attendance, but then the days before we shut school or the days after, they drop down to 89, while it's significant to us, it doesn't meet the definition of a significant decline where we can apply for additional funding. So it's just lost funding per se. So looking at year two, the goal in terms of what I've brought forward for year two, again, there's going to be changes between now and we build the budget, is to present a balanced budget, meaning if you look across where it says net increase, decrease in fund balance, the idea is that you have a positive number there. I mean, ideally, you would at least hit zero or increase a little bit. And so that number could change. It's just an estimate. But again, I feel that we've presented a very conservative budget where we have some wiggle room. Again, looking in the out year, year three, you do see that we're deficit spending by $5 million. By the time year three becomes year two, which would be a year from now when I'm presenting to you for the second interim, you would anticipate that you would not see that kind of negative number on there. What you would see is you would see a balanced budget where you should see an increase where we can in terms of our ending fund balance. Right now, again, this is a chart you've seen before. We're looking at about 5% for our current reserve. In terms of our challenges and next steps, so we anticipate, just like in any school year, there'll be unexpected increases to special education costs. That comes for a number of reasons. It comes at program changes, student changes, placements in non-public schools. Also a large impact, remember too, is when you give a raise to a school district, that raise also goes to your special education students. And the way that you balance that is it increases your contribution. So for example, in my multi-year projection, let's just throw out some theoretical numbers. Let's say our overall contribution for all of our programs is about $30 million. If you apply that raise to that $30 million, a large portion of it is due to salaries. And so again, what happens in the out years, that means that contributions may go up to 31 million, 32 million, just based on salary alone. That doesn't even account for the fact that the program needs of our students continue to cost more. So that's just the salary impact of it. As declining enrollment continues to work through our secondary schools, additional cuts to staffing and plant expenditures will need to occur. The other one, the final bullet is really the charge for the business office over the next year. We need to look very closely at staffing formulas across the organization that adjust based on enrollment. And so then we look at things, for example, staffing at our middle schools or our elementary schools, where we look at enrollment as an indicator of how you should staff, or potentially look at the number of teachers at a school or the unduplicated percentage. So the idea would be that we start with a really strong foundation, which would be a shared upon agreed standard of staffing at the teacher level, all the way across the organization, and then the administrator, and then all classified positions. So then we get into our spot where we continue to decline enroll, which we anticipate that when we make those adjustments, they're small. right? So every year, if you have to roll into a cut, it's a small cut because you have a system in place that automatically adjusts. Or if you have movement due to open enrollment, where you have families that move from one school to the other, we know how much we need to increase staffing at one school and decrease in another. So again, we want to get to a spot where it's less having discussions or debating about the value of one program or another. We need to put a formula in place and support the programs that we believe in. And this concludes my presentation, unless you have some questions.
Yeah, I just have a question/comment. So I'm concerned by the $5 million deficit that we see in the third year. And I just want to make sure that we pay special attention to eliminating that deficit as we move from year 3 to year 2.
That's a very valid concern. We're watching that very closely. And so again, when we present the budget a year from now, or not the budget, when we present the second interim, where our plan is to build it where you don't see any negatives for year 2 like you see today. Like you see today, you've seen that we've presented a plan including the policy changes that need to occur in terms of adjustment and staffing to present a balanced budget. Thank you though for your concern. I have the same one.
I have a comment or two. Back on financial implications for NVUSD, we cannot over-communicate the second bullet. Both certificated and classified cuts will need to occur every year as long as we have declining enrollment. I think that understates the problem in that even if we reach a steady state at some point in the future, step and column alone would have us keep cutting. So
Absolutely.
I sort of want to set the organization's expectations that as far as the eye can see, we will have to make, because we're largely people-based, staff cuts to accommodate both actual declining enrollment, and once we reach the bottom, wherever that might be, we have to keep going to accommodate cost of living increases, step and column. And, you know, I hesitate to bring it up because I really don't want a line item in somebody's expense budget putting psychoactive drugs in the water just to even people out. The other thing is, Ms. Jankowicz shared with me some of the stuff you guys got at the MIG class.
Yes, it was fascinating.
Yeah, well, fascinating is not the word I'm using. It was the reference to the Supreme Court decision that allows the legislature to weasel on the Commission on Mandates.
Yeah.
Those guys will do it in a heartbeat. Having entered the board during the Great Recession, I can tell you exactly what the playbook will be, and they will grasp at every straw to say that it's coming out of our, what's the term? Yeah, well, it's the block grant in LCFF, and that covers whatever new mandates they lay on us. They've essentially gutted the Commission on Mandates. So you should anticipate, and I urge you to keep an eye on our esteemed local legislators and what sort of things they heap on us, because they ain't going to send a check with it. So.
Joe, you're so
Thank you.
cynical.
I am not cynical. I'm passing on the good news to the next generation.
That's nice of you. No, I wish some of our guests had stuck around to the, most hair-raising part of the evening, Rob. Thank you for that. We can always count on you. Because I made a little
Talk
list.
about something fun. Hey, remember last time we talked about technology and it was kind of fun, right?
Yeah, right. I love that part. No, I mean, when people are, this idea that we're going to have new district lines, and but I want you to look. Mine probably ain't going to change too much. It's right there. It's compact, but it's not too out of whack. But people seem to think that this is going to usher in a golden age of civic participation, and while they were gee, everyone's just going to want to run for this job. And so I started making a list of, first of all, I have come to board meetings since, I don't know, before 2008. This is where I met you. And in 2014, we had an earthquake. I'm just starting at the recent past. 2014, we had an earthquake. 2015 began the mascot issue that became conflated with the football team situation. I know some people might consider that part of the toy shop of life, but it took up a whole lot of time, cost some money. 2017, fires became a real thing. 2019, after I came on, closing 2 schools, not building one. Some of our school families have had tragic events in their lives, lost children. It's very emotional. Ongoing economic challenges with 2 sets of layoffs since I've been on the board, which has not been long at all. And then coronavirus, which is going to affect us. It's going to affect our families.
Absolutely,
yeah. Our families are going to suffer. I can tell you, I know stagehands, I'm related to one, and I know several who live in American Canyon. And you know what? They have absolutely no work in San Francisco. I mean, the conventions are canceling like crazy. And it's affecting, and this is affecting us too.
Absolutely.
So, we're all going to have to stick together, and do the best we can. And keep in mind that we're going to have some people who are under stress.
Madam Chair, would you like a motion to extend the meeting?
In 5 minutes, so I'm going to
Okay.
pass my comment. So it was on my list of future agenda items, but I think since we are talking about Corona now and money, I had wrote down future catastrophic funding for whether federal government or state of California was going to offer anything. I know we had like a fire fund of some sort for our schools because we were out due to air quality. Do you think this would spark something?
I can't think of an event, like this. It wouldn't. I mean, this is truly an event that we probably will never see again in our lifetimes. Hopefully not. And so I would imagine that there would be some additional funding for it. But right now, there's not a lot of action going on in that arena. Right now, I think right now the government is worried about other things at this point in time.
But I do have to remind you, this is Napa Valley Unified School District. So never say never. I just told Rosanna earlier that her resume is growing by the minute. Because you guys have seen time and
all
time
those
again.
bullets on the bottom of the resume, the things we've had to deal with in Napa, right?
Yeah.
Well, I want to thank Rob and his team in the business office. Kay Vang is the new executive director. This was their first time doing second interim together. They're an extraordinary team in the business office. We appreciate, amidst all the other things that are going on, all the hard work around second interim and keeping us on financial track. And I also just want to take a moment to say that the business office in doing this work, there's been incredible coordination, collaboration I've seen over the last 6 months with the Human Resources Department, which is an absolute requirement where you're talking about cuts of this magnitude. And so I also appreciate that partnership that are across the 2 critical divisions that are going to make sure the district stays fiscally solvent. So thank you. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Well, given we have 3 minutes, I'll check in with the board. Would anyone like to make a motion to extend the meeting? Half hour?
So moved.
Second.
We should be done.
About half hour. Okay, so a first by Mr. Gracia and a second by Ms. Water.
Are we still going back to closed session?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
K, action items, K1, general services. Action item, K1A, approval and adoption of California School Board Association recommended July 2019 policy updates.
So moved.
A first by Mr. Gracia, second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
K2, business and operations. K2A, purchases of single-mode fiber and installation services for the district-wide upgrade of fiber cabling infrastructure from AMS.net.
No.
Don't we have a resolution first?
K2A.
don't have that on here.
They added it after the initial publication.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So this is a
contract, that's weird. We do need a resolution.
I'd be happy to move the resolution 2028.
I'm sorry, I do, hold on one second, I just have to add it because it's not on my, agenda packet here.
The printed version she has.
That's why I always use the printed version.
2028. Thank you for the correction. Okay, so K2A, it's a resolution 2028 to enter into contract with AMS.net.
So moved.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracia, a second by Ms. Water. All those, or excuse me. Aye.
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 So now it is K2B, purchase of single-mode fiber and installation services for the district-wide upgrade of fiber cabling infrastructure from AMS.net.
So moved.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracia, second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
K2C, 3-year internet service contract with AT&T for 10 gigabyte, right? Did I
Yep.
say that right? Mr.
Very good.
Shunk, thank you. I'm learning. One connection for all school sites.
So moved.
First by Mr. Gracia.
And I just want to make sure we're getting what we're paying for.
Rob.
Because there were some questions 3 years ago when we had this contract. All right. Sorry
I have
for
a
the.
first by Mr. Gracia. Second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I just want to make a comment. This is a great program, by the way. What did you say it was? It was an E-rate. An E-rate. So this refund that we're going to get back is fabulous. It's fabulous. Ask the questions, okay? But I won't take all your time right now.
I'm just glad you're happy.
Yes, I'm really, really happy about it. I like money coming back in. Purchase, K2D, purchase of Aruba switches, management software and professional services for district-wide 40 gigabyte switch upgrade from AMS.net, Inc.
So moved.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracia, second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
K2E, 2019-2020, second interim report.
So moved.
First by Mr. Gracia,
Second.
second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
And K2F, contract between NVUSD and King Consulting.
So moved.
Second.
First by Mr. Gracia and a second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
L, Board Representation Reports. L1, Curriculum and Student Support Committee.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. L2, Facilities and Technology Committee.
Also nothing to report.
L3, Finance Committee.
Nothing to report.
L4, Policy Committee.
Nothing to report.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant, L4.
Oh, okay.
Well, L3 is nothing to report.
Okay.
Jose and Robin are not here. L5, Special Education.
I'm pretty sure there's nothing to report.
L6, City of American Canyon.
Well, before we went all COVID on you, we were in the process of scheduling a meeting in the future.
Right. Okay.
We haven't done. Still working.
Yes. L7, City of Napa. Cindy?
Nothing.
L8, Town of Yountville.
Nothing to report.
Agenda item M, additional suggestions and comments from board members and superintendent.
I just wanted to respond a little bit to some of the things that were said at the podium tonight about feeling rushed and not wanting to try to accomplish this task in the 90-day period. Unfortunately, the law says that we must accomplish it in the 90-day period, or we end up liable for suit and much greater economic damages. And so we don't have any options, and there's really no way for us to extend that period of time It just isn't allowed in the law. And despite the fact that, you know, coronavirus is out there and it's making this process even more difficult than it has been, we're still bound by that 90-day timeline, and there's nothing that we can do about that. Our hand has been forced by the people who are threatening suit against the school district. So there's really very little that we can do in order to facilitate the engagement process that we would like to have, just because we're held feet to the fire by this 90-day timeline.
Well said.
Yeah, I guess in addition to that is, I think some of the comments may not have been directed to us. They're directed to the folks who submitted the petition. And so I think folks are understanding that's outside our control and that we are doing our best. But unfortunately, the timing doesn't allow us to do our best because of it, so.
Oh, go ahead. Or-
No, I was going to say something else.
Related to this, so CSBA just made an announcement today that school districts can figure out how to do board meetings remotely. We don't know if we're going to be there. We, of course, have our board meetings televised, so I personally have not unpacked what that means yet. The notification just came a couple hours before this board meeting. And so we'll look to March 26th. What are the implications of that? It depends on the developments around the virus. And then, of course, we have the implication around the public hearing for the redistricting. So I'll be working with legal, given these extraordinary circumstances, what this will all sorts of mean. All of this will mean, especially given what Trustee Gracia said around the fact that we're required within this 90-day period. But who could have predicted a pandemic would be taking place simultaneously? So lots to figure out, but we will continue to strategically communicate, intentionally communicate, and get the information out there the best we can.
Just
I
based
think
on,
the trickiest part is communicating to non-Parent Square-based folks to get them to engage, because they're part of the stakeholders for this particular item. Sorry.
Not just parents, it's all voters.
Yeah.
I think it would be, and this is just a suggestion, nothing to follow or anything, but because I am my personal business is a Google G Suite user, there was a lot of information that was sent to me. So I don't know if you all were aware that Google's making available to even the ed section of their Google platform they're opening up their books to different services up to July. So I just thought that would be nice to relay the messages. That's the message that I got at either a discounted rate or even free up to that date. Given the circumstances that it's better that we do meetings from, I don't even know what it's called. Is it Duo, Zoom? I don't know what it is, but anyhow. But I think it's due that we thank you all for all your hard work, because I know that it's not just what we presented today and getting to this day, but I think it's been a really tough week for our entire city, county, and surrounding cities. So I know I would like to thank everyone for their hard work, whether you're Napa County, nonprofit, for-profit, any kind of business that's really doing everything to help the situation. And not running in a panic for toilet paper and hand towels and oh my goodness, it's just terrible, because I'm really trying to grocery shop and it's not happening. I'm really trying to do real life things, so other people are making it really difficult. So with that said, I'd like to thank you guys all for being here, because I know it's a little weird. I'm like, Elba a lo mejor tiene cooties, but it's okay. So I wanted to let you know that it's hard work and we've decided to be here. So, when we have angry parents coming, I took it with a grain of salt, because I said I have a really solid group and they're willing to do this kind of work for to pass things along, because we're going through difficult times, not just through COVID-19. So thank you, everyone.
Do we still need to adjourn to close?
No, we don't.
I'm glad you guys sorted that out.
So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Elba and a second by Mr. Shunk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.